Hello everyone and good evening. Welcome to the Squid Junction. It is I, Matt Gaber II, and I'm joined by the one and only Aset.
Yo!
We are here with our first match of the night, Echo versus Cafe Squad, and it's going to be a hype night for sure.
I'm excited. This is one of my first times commentating Squid Junction. I usually commentate Dapple, but I usually commentate Paddling Pool, but unfortunately due to schedule changes at my college, I'm not free during Wednesdays at that time anymore, which is sad.
Oh,
but hopefully
rip.
I can do this pretty often.
That is unfortunate, but hopefully this is able to work out for your schedule. It's always nice to be able to spend the night just watching some Splatoon action going on. I'm not too familiar with either of these teams. I know we had a patch drop this week, so there's been a bit of a mix-up as far as like the meta goes. So we might be seeing a little bit different from what we've usually seen.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I want to see how the meta is going to change things. Will we still see Double Crab, or has Nintendo finally solved the crab infestation?
I can't remember what tournament it was, but I'm pretty sure I saw like grand finals, triple splash, and then like a machine. And so I don't think we're going to be seeing that too much anymore.
Ooh, you say that, but we do have triple splash into rush against just one single splash into 52 gal. I'm curious to see what Cafe Squad is cooking right now. That is a very strange comp. One of the splashes already going down. They definitely do have a plan to use those crab tanks though. Nintendo says shortening the duration of crab tank. They say we'll just run another crab tank. I'm not sure how much I agree with that, but it does seem to be working out in their favor just a little bit. Both of their crabs did come out, but they have gone two down. And Echo is in numbers advantage right now, so they're going to probably start pushing up a little bit here. 52 cal is pushing up and taking out that splash, which is going to be pretty bad for Cafe Squad, because Echo is already at 60 points and counting. They really can't afford to take many more deaths here, because the timer's already halfway up and we're not even a minute in. They only have a couple of chances to get back in, and both of these crab tanks coming out, but they get absolutely shredded by the buffed Tri-Strike from the Slosher. And it is 2-on-2 right now. The Splash trying to paint something in the zone, but it's not going to work out. But the Brush might be able to follow up and cap it, and they get so tantalizingly close, but not quite. It looks like Cafe Squad has one more chance to push in here, or else they are out of the game. The Hammer is coming out, going to try to get a pick here, and they really have to just paint the zone as hard as they can right now. 52 goes down, but it's not going to happen. That is going to be game one for Echo.
Dang, that was a one and done for Echo right there. They just held onto that zone so well. It gets so scary when you get into like a lockout like that and you lose one of your pushes. You just go too many players down and just time runs out on you.
Yes, indeed. Also, if my voice sounds a little bit different, my computer, whenever I restart my computer, it has a bug where it makes my mic sound a lot lower than usual. Hopefully it should be better now.
No worries, no worries. We are going to be going to tower control on, what is that? The I can't. The names of the stages are escaping me right now. It's like one of my favorite maps too.
Hagglefish Market?
Yes, that's the one.
Hagglefish is really fun, I think.
It is quite a lot of fun. I am surprised though, like I thought perhaps they were running the vanilla brush that last round, but the new brush with the hammer was completely unexpected.
Yeah, I don't know what their plan with that brush was there. You'd think a comp that has triple splash, like you think they'd have a plan what to do with their weapon that isn't splash. But I don't know what their plan is with that brush. You don't see that very often. I'm trying to think of ways that the brush could play around the triple crab tank, and I think their goal there is probably to set that brush up with the crab tank to get behind the enemy team. Because Brush Nouveau really specializes in getting behind you, and it can be a really annoying. It's not quite as good as it was in Splatoon 2 with Baller and Ickmine. That kit played very, very well to those strengths. but I think Stamp and Ink Mine does something similar. Just trying to get behind them, place Ink Mines, and then come back at you from behind with an Ultra Stamp.
I can definitely see that being a viable strategy. Just unfortunately, Echo did such a good job just holding the mid. They weren't able to really set up such a forgive the pun, a pincer maneuver like that.
Oh, that's a good joke. That is really a good joke. And I will excuse the pun because that was actually really clever. Anyways, we are headed into round 2 now. And yeah, it looks like they're still running with the V-Slosher. Oh, wait, no. They've changed up their comp. They've added a V-Slosher into their comp, as well as a Range Blaster. That's really weird. V-Slosher and Range Blaster aren't weapons you see very often together, because it means the other two weapons are really going to have to work hard to paint. And we're seeing a Machine from Echo. The kind of off-meta pick now, I think. We'll have to see how it plays out, but Machine really did just get gutted by this patch. So we're going to have to see if the Machine does anything here.
I think it can still do quite a bit of good for tower control with just the chip damage of the base weapon and then having a Booyah Bomb on top of that. I think tower control is still a mode where it can perform quite well in. And then I think same could be said for the Blaster Slosher combo. Paint is essential for any mode, but less so for tower control when the objective is a giant moving object.
Yeah, I really don't understand why they're running V-Shot in a Machine here. I think they really should have gone for their double, should have gone for V-Slosher and T-Tech for double Tri-Strike, since Cafe Squad did just run triple Crab Tank. But, that being said, Echo has gotten Cafe Squad 3 down, and they are on the advantage now, so we're going to have to see how much space they can get off of this. The 52 Gal is playing in mid, trying to get some space, trying to do something here. But they aren't quite getting a lot, and the Machine does go down on Echo's side. And with the Crab Tank coming out, they really don't have much they can do about it. They're missing that Tri-Strike.
We did see the Bucket go down, trying to perform a flank there, and as well as the Range Blaster. Now that's going to be 3 members of Cafe Squad down. This is going to be Echo's chance to really start pushing forward and getting those points on the board. But right now it's just the Machine and the E-Leader. They're going to have to allow their mates to be able to jump back in. Booyah Bomb for the cover, and they are going to be chewing through this checkpoint as their mates respawn.
Yes, indeed, and that Tri-Strike has come out from Cafe Squad on the tower, denying them of their push a little bit, but Cafe Squad ends up going 3 down in the process. It's just the Splash trying to push the tower, and they do manage to get that E-Leader off of there, and they get the pick. Will they be able to get a second one, though? No. They do manage to pull out that trade, though, I believe. No, they don't, but their teammate does manage to claim the 52 Gal, and that is going to be the end of Echo's push. Cafe Squad is back on the advantage with the lead. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left of the game. We're at the halfway point. So it's gonna start getting a little bit hairy past this point. Echo really has to play pretty quickly here, and Cafe Squad can start to consider to play for time. Their lead isn't that secure for now, but as the time ticks down, it's gonna get more and more good for them. So they really just want to try and waste as much of Echo's time as possible here.
Having only the double splash for their paint can certainly play at their disadvantage, but right now they're doing an excellent job of utilizing the range of the Range Blaster and the Sloshes to keep them out, but that's going to be a wipeout right there. Now Echo has a huge chance to really push that tower and get the lead back.
Yeah, and Echo also has 3 specials at their disposal here. They really are going to get a lot of momentum off this, and they can definitely get the lead if they play this well. They have popped all of their specials here, though, and they haven't gotten a huge amount of value out of them. They have gotten 1 pick, but it's going to be kind of rough to see if they can get this checkpoint. The Tri-Strike is going to come out on the tower, and it's going to try and push them off, but it's not going to be enough. They didn't quite space out those Tri-Strikes, and so it was ended up being a really short amount of pressure. But that is going to be the lead for Echo. And with Cafe Squad going 3 down, this could be the KO right here. Single-digit points are remaining. It's a last-ditch effort to rush for the tower. And that is game 2 for Echo.
Yeah, Echo really pulled it out right there. Just taking such good advantage of the wipeout and that last couple of minutes there to bring out the KO. And that's not something you want to see for tower control, because it can be so difficult to slow it down. And as you said, with the special defense, it was a bit rushed. Not gonna lie, they poured it all out at once, just trying to knock him off tower. But in the end, they went too many players down to really stall them out.
Yeah, that was very well played by both teams, though. We really got to see what Cafe Squad can do, but Echo managed to get the win anyways. I was really surprised when they changed their comp to get rid of the Tri-Strike and replacing V-Slosher over Machine. Right now, in the meta, V-Slosher got buffed into the sky and Machine got nerfed into the ground. I wouldn't be surprised if it is the new Machine here. But I do believe we will be going on just a short break here. But we will be right back. Don't go anywhere for round 2 of Squid Junction 36.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Squid Junction. We are back with The Hood versus Happy Meal. Quite the matchup here. It is I, Mad Gaber II. I am joined once again by Aset.
Yo, yo, yo. I'm hyped for the second set. We're seeing the Hood versus Happy Meal. Uh, the I haven't heard of the Hood, but I haven't heard of Happy Meal either. But looking at their in-game names are just burger, fries, corn, and apple slice. So I think that's kind of funny. Making very good use of that alias feature, just to kind of do like something memey.
They're playing the mind games right here, just making their opponents too hungry to play well.
For real, for real. I just want to know who's the Happy Meal toy, honestly.
Oh, that's true. That's the best part of the meal.
Yep. But we are headed straight into this game here. We're on Splat Zone Sturgeon, which is a pretty good map. Lots of fun geometry to play around here. I really like doing. I really like playing on this map. It's really fun, and ooh, this reminds me of some of the cooler Splatoon 2 comps. The Flingza plus Glugadoolies. I almost forgot the name of them. I'm really excited to see what they do with this comp. And then we're also seeing a fairly meta comp with Double Splash, Junior, and Machine. I'm surprised we're still seeing Machines because it has just been recently nerfed.
Indeed, we're still seeing the Devil Splash, and we are seeing our first Tentatek of the tournament so far, which, just from the amount of like memes I've seen on Twitter, it's surprising we've only seen the one. But I'd say the Glugadoolies, I forgot that is also a Booyah Bomb weapon, but it's not one we typically see, so it's good to see it getting some use.
Yes, indeed. I'm a big fan of Glugadoolies. I don't think they're that amazing, but in the right hands, you can really do some damage with them. They aren't meta, but I think they're in a good enough spot to where you can make them work. We are seeing that Booyah Bomb coming out from the machine, though, trying to push that Glugadoolies out, taking a lot of space here. But they do have a lot of control here. The team on the purple team, I forget which team is which here. Happy Meal on the purple side. But they don't quite get the zone for long. They do manage to neutralize it and cap it for just a bit, buying themselves a little bit more time. But they really need to start pushing in here soon.
Yeah, this is one of those maps where you really gotta play your specials right to be able to get back in, because once the defense sets up well, it can be rather difficult to just push back in. We do see a couple members, or at least one member, go down for the Hood, but they're doing a good job. They threw their penalty points and they're still holding on to this zone. And now the specials of Happy Meal are coming out.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Crab Tank going for that melee play, which was really weird, but it ended up working out okay. They got for a trade, but it does look like it is going to get just enough space for their team to cap the zone here. And the T-Tech is actually just fighting for their lives down there. The Junior pops the big bubbler, throws a bomb at their feet, and jumps out and gets the pick there. That was really dirty there. But they did pop their big bubble on it, and that big bubble is going to continue to persist and it just eat up time for them to build a new one. But their team is going to be able to push back in without it. The machine has the Booyah Bomb at the ready here, trying to bully that Glugadoolies, getting them over the wall. Very clean pick there. And now they are able to potentially use their Booyah Bomb to stall the zone out a little bit more here. But as of right now, they are just throwing fizzies around.
Yes, the arch nemesis of a wall is a bucket, and they are going to be utilizing it quite well. But now the missiles are going to be coming out, just trying to pressure them out of the zone. Ink Strike on top of that, but not quite enough to cap the zone just yet. The Hood is still maintaining control, and we are down to the last 20 points. With 2 members down, it is not looking good for Happy Meal here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be game here. Unless Happy Meal can pull an absolute miracle, which I couldn't quite see what was happening on the zone there, but they almost did. They got a decent of the way there to capping it. If they just had 1 more second, that might have been able to go into neutral, which would have been very, very cool. But that is going to be game 1 for the Hood. Well played by both sides. Happy Meal's comp not quite working out for them. The Glugadoolies and Flingza being maybe just a little bit too weird, but I'm excited to see if they can turn this around and do something cool with their comp.
It seemed like they were trying to go for that pseudo backline play between the Glugas and the Flingza, but unfortunately it just didn't quite match up against the complete aggression of the Hood. But we'll see if they're able to if they're going to change it up for a Rainmaker next, it is going to be Scorched Gorge, and so I can imagine that you'd at least maybe perhaps swap out the Gluglu Dualies? I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm excited to see if they change up their comps here. Always down for more comp variety. It's good. It's good to see these teams playing off meta comps. Just because the meta right now, I think, as the game continues on and as it gets more and more balanced, I think the 1.5 patch, the 1.5 months between patches is going to be perfect. But right now, I do think that it is a little bit slow for how new the game is. And so the meta has a tendency to get a little bit stale at times. But it is still entertaining to watch nonetheless. It is still Splatoon at its core. Very fun core gameplay to watch. Even if it is just like 2 splashes in a machine on a team, it's still fun to watch. Even if it's just like the same weapons over and over, it's still got more variety than some shooters.
I have to agree with you right there. And I'd say we're in a bit of a transition stage. Like, we do see quite a bit of the pre-patch meta going on here, but I think there's still some trying to figure it out with the changes. Is it going to really change it up that much, or are we still going to be seeing quite a bit until the next season? We'll have to just see how it plays out. I think we've definitely been seeing a lot more ink strikes lately than we have been in the past month.
Yeah, I do enjoy how the meta has a chance to develop organically with how slow these patches are, though. I think it's going to be really interesting. Right now, we're still seeing a lot of Splash, but as people pick up more T-Tech, Splash might fall off a little bit more. But then even then, with so many people picking up T-Tech, then maybe other people will start picking up a T-Tech counter, like Not, which has also been really buffed, and Not can kind of bully T-Tech as well. It's really fun to just see how the meta develops.
Absolutely, and I think on top of it, like, we just don't have as many weapons that are in the game yet. We still have plenty to look forward to, so I think it will definitely transition, or it'll change as we get more weapons with more kits. But for the time being, we're going to be seeing a Dapple Dualies on the side of Happy Meal here.
Oh, Happy Meal has absolutely no range with their comp. The Tentatech is the longest range weapon in their comp. That is really, really weird. It's kind of a trade-off. You have a lot of aggression. Like, Happy Meal is going to be able to push very quickly, turn momentum on a dime, but then also, as I was about to say, they're also going to not be able to hold control of areas, and they're going to be really at risk of wiping and going down pretty easily. And that being said, they did go 3 down, and the Hood has already taken checkpoint 1. This is pretty bad for them. They can't control space with their comp very well, unless that Crab Tank does come out and gives them that backline that they need for the defense. And it's going to allow them to get a wipeout here. That short Crab Timer almost working gracefully for them, allowing them to push faster off of it. And that does look like it could potentially be checkpoint 1 for Happy Meal as well. That Tacticooler coming out is going to allow them to absolutely just feed their brains out and get the Rainmaker into that pedestal just a little bit faster. And the Rainmaker has gotten the checkpoint, and they are going to be able to grab it. They are 2 down, though, and they have gotten a wipe actually, though. This is extremely good for them. They're going to get so much momentum off this. But look again. They really, really had that momentum turned around on them on a freaking dime. Their comp is really fast, but it has no momentum. It's like a bee fighting a truck. The truck is going to have so much more momentum than the bee, but the bee is also going to be able to turn on a dime and just completely fly circles. I don't know if truck was the best mentality. I think it would be a person fighting a bee. It's probably a better analogy there, but that's just what my brain came up with. But that being said, the Hood is on the up foot, trying to push back in here. The Crab Tank is going to come out, though, and really pressure them here. And it's going to be able to get a pick on that Rainmaker.
That just so much happened in such a short amount of time there. Happy Meal was able to get the lead to 13, but they are in danger of losing it again. The Hood is right on their doorstep and are still in solid control of that Rainmaker. They're just going to need a couple members of Happy Meal down to really push it out, unless Happy Meal is able to just get the same amount at the same time. But that is going to be 2 members of the Happy Meal down, and while they have their Crab Tank, the Crab Tank goes down almost immediately.
Very well, very good flank from the Hood. The Rainmaker's set at 15 here. It's a battle for the pop. Whichever team gets the pop here is going to get the lead and going to potentially win the game here. Both teams are wailing on the Rainmaker, but Happy Meal is going to be able to grab it. They have to get it out of here. They have to reset it or just move it. And it is going to work out in their favor with the Hood going 3 down. That was really close here. Both teams are down below 20 points, almost in the single digits. This is really huge. Neither team has a checkpoint remaining. The Happy Meal is really, really comfortable just sitting here trying to stall out for the remaining 2 minutes. The Hood really has to play quickly here. They can't get stalled out by Happy Meal. They have to try to just push in quickly here. But with Happy Meal having such a short-range comp, it might be easier than you'd think because their defense is definitely going to suffer due to the fact that they don't have a lot of range. They can't control space very easily here. They need that Crab Tank or the Tri-Strike or the Big Bubbler even. They just need to pop their specials in order to control any space at all.
Even so, I'd say MVP award goes to that Doolies and the Tenatech in that last bout there, but just the Dapple Doolies, they do such a good job of shredding the Rainmaker shield. It can get the pop quite quickly, and they suffer from the range, but if they can get their special coordination off, I think they can make up for that. But at the moment, they are once again on the back foot. And as you said, when they're on the defense, they can't really put up much of a fight without those specials.
Ooh, it's just the Junior left, and the Rainmaker is getting closer and closer. The Junior's gone down. Dapples and T-Tech are back up, though. The Dapples are going to throw themselves in there, but too late. The Hood has pushed the Rainmaker down to 8 points, and they are fighting for pop here. If they get the pop, there's a decent chance they can KO it here. They're just trying to eat up as much time as possible with that pop, and they are getting out. There are 30 seconds left on the clock, and the Hood has to defend this here. Happy Meal has to push it down to single digits if they want to get the lead here. But with how fast their comp is, it isn't going to be super duper tricky. Happy Meal is trying to throw themselves at the Rainmaker to stall it out just a little bit longer, but the Rainmaker has reset. Both teams are completely fighting for control of that spawn. Happy Meal has to be able to get to the Rainmaker before the timer runs out, or else they lose the set and they're down in the loser's bracket. Tri-Strike comes out, pops the Rainmaker, Big Bubbler comes out, they have to grab it. But the Hood is headed towards it. The Booyah Bomb is going to... The Booyah Bomb is going to kill the Rainmaker. And that is going to be game 2 for the Hood. Happy Meal knocked out before they could even get a win there. That was intense.
That was so intense. But then just the GG Booyah Bomb came in to finish off that... they picked it up, and then the Booyah Bomb finished them off. There wasn't any overtime to come back from that. Still, it was very well played by both teams. They did such a good job with what I would consider like an unconventional comp. Like, they made it work well, but the Hood just came out on top in that last match.
Yes, indeed. That was very, very interesting. Very fun game to watch. But that being said, we will have to go on a short break here yet again. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back for round 3. So yeah, see you then. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Yo, welcome back to Squid Junction 36. I'm Asec, joined here by IMAD, and we're headed straight into this next match for Ouroboros versus SEQUOIA. Both of these team names are very hard to spell and a little bit hard to pronounce, but we're heading to Zone's Brinewater Springs for this next match. IMAD, what do you think of this map?
I am still undecided. I think it has a lot of good attributes, but I'm just not quite adept at playing at it yet. I don't know, it's like a reverse hammerhead. It's got a lot of opening in the middle, but these spawns just are like what was the parallel to the middle rather than perpendicular, so it lends itself to a whole different game.
I do think it is really similar to Inkblot.
Yes.
If you think about the places you can go on Inkblot and the kind of structure of the map, it's the exact same. It's a little bit scrunglier. A spawn is definitely harder to defend from. So we're going to have to see how they play this. But here we go. We're seeing two very strange team comps here. We're seeing a Zap on SEQUOIA's side. You don't see NZAP too often. Tacticooler is not a special that's used super often. But I do think it is a pretty underrated special. It's not amazing, but it's really fun.
I think there's definitely with some changes to it. Some just trying it out again because of the respawn Punisher, I guess, changes, so it doesn't quite nullify it the same way as it used to. But having the Rapid as their ink strike weapon, along with that ink brush on top of that, that certainly lends itself to a very unusual comp we don't often see.
Yeah, they have their Tri-Strike in the Rapid Blaster, which is a really weird choice. It doesn't get Tri-Strike very often. So you're going to really struggle to keep up with the Splash Tank in terms of special economy. In terms of, they're going to pretty much, if you try to pop Tri-Strike when they pop Crab Tank, they're going to get Crab Tank before you get Tri-Strike. If you want that Tri-Strike to happen, you need to get it faster than the Splash.
Indeed. But they are doing a good job of holding on to it. I say that as 3 members go down and the zone instantly flips. That's the other thing I've noticed with this map. Is it just me, or is it like an extra small zone?
The zone is a little small. I don't think it's bad, though. I think it's an acceptable size for just having a kind of small zone. Whereas it's not like Undertow zones, where the zone is really small. And I also think Undertow zones is the only split zone in the game. But ooh, Ouroboros has gone 3 down in a turn of events. And it is just the T-Tech left to back up and try and survive. Complete out of the blue momentum shift for SEQUOIA. They're going to be on the hold here, trying to get some control and trying to keep them out. That Tri-Strike is going to cause a little bit of chaos, though, trying to push this Rapid Blaster out. But they are going to be able to hold their space for just a little bit before they need to back out.
While the Rapid certainly can't compete with the Splash as far as the special output, it certainly does a good job with its range and its ink mine at defending, but unfortunately they do lose the zone there, and it's going to be flipped back to Ouroboros here, and they still have the lead as well as a small penalty to get through, but it's going to flip again. See, that's what I'm saying, like, it feels like the zone can just flip so fast, especially when you have that ink strike.
Yeah, the zone is kind of small. But I do also think it's just because the plats are so close to the zone. I do honestly kind of like it, though. I think most zones games are a little bit too momentum heavy. I honestly think that if the zones timer were just a little bit slower, like maybe 1 tick every second instead of 1 tick every instead of 1.6 ticks every second, I do think that would be it would just stretch this game out a little bit more and make it so it doesn't always end very quickly. But either way, I do think it's still very fun to watch. It's a mode in the game. But we are seeing a Booyah Bomb coming out from Ouroboros. And they have finally eaten through their penalty here. And they have gotten SEQUOIA 2 down. This is really bad for them. They need to push in very, very quickly. If they want to be able to get the zone here and push in quickly, they have, using everything they've got to try and cap the zone there. And it looks like the zone has finally been flipped. And it's just 2 people left on Ouroboros to try and defend here and keep SEQUOIA from pushing up into the ramp area. If you can push up into that ramp area, it is very, very comfortable to hold it. A little bit too comfortable. You don't have a lot of options to push from that. The Tactical does come out from SEQUOIA, but it's not going to quite be enough. The zone will flip right underneath their noses. But that being said, Ouroboros has gone 2 down, and that tactical is still out. And it's going to let SEQUOIA take a lot of risks here without being punished very hard.
And they are almost with that penalty as well. They don't have too much of a ways to go before they can retake the lead. And honestly, not too much past that for the KO. This Ouroboros is really going to have to pull something together in this last 40 seconds. We do see the Ink Strike come out as SEQUOIA takes the lead. SEQUOIA is still in control of the zone, ticking down past the 15 mark, and Ouroboros is still struggling to retake that zone.
It is super close right now. Ouroboros needs to paint the zone right here. And they managed to do it. They are still in this game. Only 17 seconds left on the clock. So it does look like this is going to go into overtime. 10 seconds left. And they really, really cannot lose the zone right now. And it has just flipped. They need to cap it. They have 5 seconds to flip the zone. But it has been flipped. That will apply a bit of a penalty to them. But it is still in their favor. Tri-Strike coming out on the zone, neutralizing it. They have to paint it now. And it is indeed very, very close. They need to hold the zone, but they're 2 down. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. And that is going to be game 1 for SEQUOIA.
That was unfortunate with the player going down right on the zone. That just painted so much of it to the point that where it stalled out. And then once they lost their second member, that was just game over. So, yeah, they just came in and retook the zone, no problem. And that's going to be, as you said, second game or first game to SEQUOIA.
Yes, indeed. Very, very well played by both teams there. Very low scoring game. The other team was down to only like 28 when they pushed all the way to 15. So that was pretty neck and neck there, pretty down to the wire. But we are going to be moving on to Tower Control Mako. This is a very good map. It's very fun. And it is kind of just even. I've talked about this a lot on stream before, but it doesn't feel like any one weapon class or like type of weapon really has an advantage here. Like most comps can kind of work on this map. This map isn't a bad map for pretty much any weapon in the game. So it's just really good. Very solid map design. Very even. Having control of those stacks is pretty important here, but not as important on tower control. It's more about the control of that snipe area. If you lose control of your own snipe, then it's really, really free for the enemy team to push pretty far. Because once you've lost control of snipe, all you really have is bunker, and it's pretty easy to push into bunker from snipe as well. So just getting control of the enemy spawn area is very, very good here. No, I meant, what do you think? What are your thoughts on this map?
I absolutely agree. I think the snipe is definitely going to be a key point to hold, especially since the tower pushes up like basically right up to the doorstep of that snipe area. But I have to agree. I think Mako is definitely one of my favorite maps. I think they definitely picked some of the good maps to come over from Splatoon 2, and so far they still hold to be some of my favorite maps in this game. But it's gonna be a much more momentum-based game. You're talking about momentum in zones. I think for this map mode, momentum is definitely gonna play a huge role in this. If you can lock out an opponent for any extended period of time, it is gonna gain you so many points.
Yeah, getting that lockout is really, really powerful because you need to be able to control the zone, or not the zone. You need to be able to control your own snipe, and so if you lose control of it, it's so easy to push past from the enemy team. And the tower going so close to there means that you can kind of take a shortcut. When the tower's in a very specific spot, you can kind of have a couple of seconds where you can catch a ride and jump up into their snipe, which is really huge. And that's part of why losing it is so hard, because if you lose it at that checkpoint, they can get into your spawn really easily. It's pretty tricky. But then again, it is also pretty hard to get to the point where you can take control of that. You really have to have solid control around checkpoint 1 in order to even think about going onto that snipe there.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we haven't seen any backlines so far, but this is definitely a good map mode to use a backline. There's some just backline in general lends itself, as you said before. Just there's so many weapon styles and team comp you can play on it. I think particularly for tower control, you do see E-leaders use quite often. But we'll have to see if they're going to continue to run to just the full aggro comp as we saw in the last match.
Yeah, an E-leader would be really nice here, just because it's kind of a double-edged thing. On defense, the leader can really lock down that snipe area, and even from standing like above it, they can have a lot of presence on the field, and also they have a lot of presence on the field. When you have the
presence.
Yeah, when you're on the tower, it's you can also really have a lot of control even while playing the objective. Which is why chargers are very good on tower control as well, because you can even when the tower is really far back, you can still contribute to the objective.
Indeed. I think having that backline will also lend itself to what you're saying before, just controlling the stacks as well. That's another key point to have control of. Not so much as you would in zones, but definitely just still absolutely.
But hopefully we are going to be headed right into it here. A bit of a long delay due to Splatoon things, but hopefully it wasn't too bad. We're headed into here, and I'm seeing a Dually Squelcher in that splash tag. I really want to know if we're going to see Dually Squelcher here, but no, it's not going to quite happen. Unfortunate. But we are seeing... We're seeing ends up being run again, and with a brush. The SEQUOIA's comp is really strange, kind of unorthodox. We're seeing, I think that Rapid has a lot of bomb power up on their mines as well, judging from that radius. So that's really going to be powerful in terms of locating your enemies. But we are seeing Ouroboros already pushing forwards here, getting a lot of control around tower. That bubble is going out. And this is the short window we were talking about earlier. They can now hop onto the enemy spawn here if they choose to do so, but they do not. And the machine goes down on Ouroboros. Tri-Strike coming out is going to make it even harder for them. Going 2 down. They really need to work on defending here. And hopefully not letting them push into mid.
Yeah, that was such a good play by their Rapid there. We saw the fire pressure coming out from the other side of that wall that they didn't have a chance to hop up, so that just allows them to keep control of their own base. And now that with the 2 members of Ouroboros down, they're on the checkpoint of their own now.
Yep. Big Bubbler is going to come out from the junior though, helping hold that snipe, which is all important, and the crab tank is also going to help them further. But the Tacticooler on tower is going to give them just a little bit of cover to play around that crab tank, and is also going to give them the safety net of being able to have like a 1-second respawn if they do go down. And that crab tank from the splash on SEQUOIA is at the ready, so it is potentially going to be very powerful for them to be able to pop that. And they're going to opt to use it to try and control the enemy stack, which is very important on this map. But that crab tank's duration, they're really feeling that they couldn't get a lot of value out of it. And with the other splash going down on the enemy team, they are going to be able to potentially get a push going here, though.
Yes, they are. We got the 3 members of SEQUOIA down as well. That's really going to lend themselves to be able to get to that second checkpoint. We're going to see, we do see the bubbler coming up, and they are not, they often not to jump onto that snipe, so we do see members of SEQUOIA coming back from spawn, and the brush is going to be setting up there to stop them from getting that checkpoint. But so far they are still on the tower. They're maintaining control of that, and with the ink strike coming out, they are going to be able to just chew through that checkpoint.
Ooh, and that is going to be a wipeout on Ouroboros from SEQUOIA. It's going to be really interesting to see how SEQUOIA plays off of this. They've just been dealt a really heavy point loss there. All the way down to 21. SEQUOIA is going to have to break through an entire checkpoint to make up that lead, but it isn't out of the question for them at all in the slightest. 2 minutes left. They can do a lot with that 2 minutes. And with a Tri-Strike at their disposal here, it is going to be very good for them to potentially stop any crab tanks that are going to come out. Rapid Blaster gets a nice pick on the splash there directly, but they go down from the T-Tech. They did have Tacticooler active though, so they still have that Tri-Strike at their disposal, and they are going to make very good use of it, throwing it at the tower, displacing them off just enough to try and stall out here, because that is what they want to do right now. SEQUOIA really needs to be able to... they really need to push back in, but just the brush alive, it isn't going to happen quite yet, opting to jump out. And Ouroboros is already on the tower with the bubbler on the tower, but not opting to take that snipe, instead just opting to throw tri-strikes at that area, trying to make them sweat a little bit, taking their tower push, continuing to go forwards, even though they have such a strong lead already. And they have gotten SEQUOIA 2 down, 3 down. It isn't looking good for them. And with 15 seconds off the clock, 15 seconds off KO, it is looking like it is going to be game 2 for Ouroboros, tying it up for a 1-1, and we are going into round 3.
Yeah, that wipeout at the end was huge. Like, not only were they on their last checkpoint, but they just didn't have too much after the checkpoint to get to the KO. So once they got that wipeout, it was pretty much game over right there. They just nothing they could do, especially with that bubbler and crab active.
Yes, indeed. This next one is pretty interesting here. We're going into Rainmaker Eeltail Alley.
Indeed, this is going to be interesting.
What are your thoughts on this map?
Ooh, man. Well, just for what I like to play, I am not a fan of either Rainmaker or Eeltail, but I love to watch it. You see some very interesting plays coming out from teams. I know it was SEQUOIA, no, Ouroboros. They've been running pretty much the same comp. No, the Rapid Blaster comp has been the same for both games, for zones and tower control. We might see a switch up here. I am very curious to see if they decide to keep that Rapid, because it doesn't really lend itself too well for Rainmaker. It's just maybe for Eeltail, but I don't know. I am very curious to see what they bring out here. We did see a very textbook tower control Splash, T-Tech, Junior, Machine. So
yes,
there's definitely some meta comps coming out.
I do think I think this map is really interesting, honestly. Some people have said it is just kind of a long line. And that they say that it feels bad for that, but I honestly think you just need to think of it a little bit differently. Mid is not a nice place to be on this map, but directly in front and behind of mid have the same aspects that mid usually has, like high ground overlooking areas, and just being able to hold multiple positions at once. Like that kind of open mid with lots of cover and ways to flank around. You find that past mid, and so you really don't want to stand in mid. You really want to just get that push past it, and then hold forward just a little bit, and hold that space just a little bit further forward than you're used to. And I think it's a really interesting point. That mid isn't where you want to be in this map. You want to be a little bit in front or a little bit of behind it. And it kind of leads to less stall-heavy games out in mid. And I honestly can kind of see what they're going for with this kind of map design. Getting rid of all the flanks and making mid seemingly bad, while also just making another part of the map much better to play in. But that being said, Ouroboros has picked the Rainmaker up early, but they went 2 down for it. SEQUOIA now has control, and they might be able to get this first checkpoint right off the bat. The machine going down is going to be pretty bad for them here. Something that is interesting is they replaced the Rapid for a machine. I do think it's pretty interesting. We're seeing machine still, even after it got absolutely gutted. It isn't what I was expecting.
Indeed, but we do see 2 members of Ouroboros go down once again. It is a 2v2. I take that 1v1. There's just a 1v1 going on right now, and the Rainmaker is going to reset to mid. So now both teams are just kind of resetting themselves as well. I think that is a good point you made before. Mid is not the place you want to be on this map. I think even more so for Rainmaker, especially when you're going up against someone who's carrying the Rainmaker, just a whole lot of damage it can do just out in the open like this.
Yes, indeed, and we're seeing the Crab Tank coming out from Ouroboros, trying to get as much space as they can, and NM grabbing the Rainmaker gets the score. And I did just realize both teams are running NZAP here. That's very interesting, but Ouroboros has gotten a wipeout on SEQUOIA. I didn't even quite register that. And that does look like it is almost a KO, push all the way down to 1. SEQUOIA hanging on by an absolute thread. This is extremely intense now. They have to KO They have to KO if they want to win this here. And this is match point. This is an extremely, out of nowhere, extremely dangerous situation for SEQUOIA.
Yeah, SEQUOIA is really going to have to... They have plenty of time, but they have to make the good plays here. They're going to really have to get a couple of wipeouts to move the Rainmaker where they want it to go. Because on this map in particular, a knockout is no easy feat.
Yeah, it is going to be very hard to push through. You have to really get through that choke area, and you do need something like a wipeout or something just to push through that. Or you could alternatively try for the other route, but it is a little bit dodgier at times. Both of them are pretty dodgy, but both of them do work if you can set them up properly. But setting it up properly is going to be a hard feat indeed. But that being said, it looks like they're going to start trying to do something. Tri-Strike comes out from SEQUOIA here, trying to get some control. The machine on Ouroboros does get a pick though. SEQUOIA is now 2 down. And that is not going to be very good for them. They only have a minute 45 on the clock, and they need to KO. That isn't a whole lot of time. You don't see a 1 minute 45 KO very often. And Ouroboros is just holding the Rainmaker here, trying to stall for time, not even pushing it. They know that they don't have to push anymore. They only have to waste time. But the Rainmaker has gone down, and the splash is going to get a pick on the splash from SEQUOIA, and then jump out off of it. Nearing 1 minute left on the clock, maybe 2 minutes if you include overtime. Ouroboros is just stalling out here for as much time as they can get. And SEQUOIA really needs to do something fast. They don't have a lot of time to get this done.
You could feel the vibe of the game change so quickly once they got it down to 1. Like, not only were, like, on the side of Ouroboros, they got it down to 1, but this on the side of SEQUOIA here, they stopped them at 1. And so it just, there was such a long scuffle going on in mid. Picks going out left, right, and center. And now we see SEQUOIA on the aggression. They have control of the Rainmaker, and they have their specials coming out. But Ouroboros, they have their wall set up, they have their line of defense ready to go. They are doing their best to stay alive because they can't afford to really go down here. We see both splashes on either side going down. The bucket is trying to go for the Rainmaker. They lose their Booyah Bob, they get popped there, and it looks like SEQUOIA is trying to edge their way up that ramp along the right side. We have 15 seconds left on the clock. They are still holding on to the Rainmaker, but the specials are coming out, and I'm sure the Rainmaker timer is ticking as well. They are very pressed for time here. NZAP is coming up, and that is going to be the Rainmaker going down. Game to Ouroboros as they take this set.
Dang, that was very well played there. That push all the way to 1 was extremely good, and SEQUOIA got so close there. That they managed to get so much control of that spawn, but they couldn't push forwards. They couldn't quite do it. They just didn't quite have the confidence to move in there and to try and go for the KO, given how high stakes that was. Still, very well played by both teams, but Ouroboros will get the win on doing somewhat of a reverse sweep, a kind of mini reverse sweep. It is just best of 3, so a reverse sweep doesn't mean as much, but it is still something noteworthy. They had their backs up against their wall, and they stayed calm and turned that momentum all the way around.
Well, considering, like, especially game 2, SEQUOIA had a pretty decent lead early on, but then Ouroboros, like, in the second half of that match, they just got several wipeouts that allowed them to get the KO there. I think the same happened for that third game, so it was almost a miniature reverse sweep, just not necessarily in the matches itself, but just the way that the match progressed during those times.
All right, but I do believe we will be going on to a very short break. Don't go anywhere, because we are going to be back very, very soon with Squid Junction 36. Yo, welcome back to Squid Junction 36. I'm Asect, joined here by Imad, and we're seeing two teams here, 2EU and 2NA versus Yessub. Both of these teams are pickups, I'd assume. I'm assuming Yessub is yes sir with a sub on their team, and I'm assuming 2EU and 2NA is just a pickup group. But I'm pretty excited to go into this first game here. We're on TC Hagglefish for the first match. Ahmed, what are your thoughts on this map? I think we've actually talked about it before, but...
Oh, TC Hagglefish, that is definitely one of my favorite. The map itself is one of my favorites. It's one of the few maps where I can play pretty much any mode and be happy. But I think TC in particular is one of my... definitely one of my top ones. It is also... definitely one of my favorites to watch as well. We've been seeing some just quite a variety. Like some map modes you just see, all right, we're going to be expecting this and this and this, but we've been seeing quite the comps coming out for Tower Control Hagglefish.
Yes, indeed. I can't make the yes sir joke anymore because they're not called the yes sir, they're called yes sub. But
sure
we are
adapt it.
We are headed straight into this next match here. Or not this. Oh, okay. So we're seeing Yessub still sticking with double machine, double splash. Both of these weapons got nerfed pretty hard. Crab Tank being nerfed by 1 second, and Booyah Bomb getting nerfed by extra points for special and an ink efficiency nerf.
Still going strong, it would seem, or still quite popular, even if it is knocked down a peg. But we are seeing just a lot of firefights coming out. Neither team has really taken the advantage so far. Well, I say that as 2EU and 2NA lose their third member right there, and Yessub is going to be taking that tower to the checkpoint with the double machine, just riding along, trying to avoid the E-leader shots.
Yep, but that Tri-Strike is going to land on tower there and stall it out for a long time. Using Tri-Strike much better than we've seen other teams use it, spacing out their throws to stall out the tower for a shockingly long time. That is one of the things that Tri-Strike is very good at, but it does take a lot of commitment because you are vulnerable sitting there timing your Tri-Strike shots.
3 members of Yessub down. That's going to allow 2EU and A to really make a comeback. They're retaking the paint so quickly. They're going to be pushing right up. But with the Booyah Bomb and the Crab Tank, they're going to have to really watch their step.
Yes, indeed. And Yessub has gotten a Crab Tank on their side. Ooh, the Splat Bomb following them off the edge of that glass. Going to be very, very strong for them. And that Tri-Strike getting thrown at the Crab Tank, immediately shredding it. Showing Yessub why, hey, maybe you don't want to run double splash anymore, even though they are also running double splash. But they aren't running Zuka, they aren't running Strike, they aren't running Tri-Strike, which is very much to their detriment here.
That was just like a perfect demonstration of the new Ink Strike buff, just absolutely obliterating the Crab Tank, and they are going to be able to take that second checkpoint. They have quite a substantial lead now, with only one more checkpoint to go, and they're still going.
Yeah, they're still trying to hold this here, and the Crab Tank is going to come out, and Yessub doesn't have an answer to it. Machine's Booyah output has been reduced by a whole lot, and they don't have a Tri-Strike on their team to deal with that. The splash is going to get the Crab Tanks faster than the machine can get the Booyah, which is definitely something that's it's definitely something that matters. You can't just throw a Booyah Bomb at the Crab Tank anymore consistently and reliably, and that Booyah Bomb is just going to get shredded by that Crab Tank. This is really showing how the new patch has changed some things, that we do have an answer to Crab Tank now, and that answer is Tri-Strike. And if you don't have it, then you're kind of going to suffer to Crab Tank. It's a very, very strong counter against it. But 2EU and 2NA has gone 2 down, and the machine is just pushing up into their snipe, trying to get something done here. But they do look like they're just going to be pressured out here, trying to get some value, but they are just going to get taken out. And that is going to be 2 down on Yessub.
Yeah, the machine there was doing their best to just distract that E-leader from watching the tower, but it seems like 2 of their teammates went down on the other side of that wall there, so they're left alone. So now 2 and 2 is going to be coming back through mid. Once again, they still have that lead. Yessub, they got to get through a whole checkpoint in order to retake the lead, and with 2 of their members down here, they are really... Well, I say that wipeout, they're going to be coming back right around.
Yep, they've got knocked back pretty hard here. And with only 1 checkpoint between Yessub and the lead, it's going to be pretty bad for them. They don't have a whole lot of time to work with. And Yessub has all 4 of their specials out and ready to be popped. That crab tank coming out and that Booyah Bomb also coming out is going to put a lot of pressure on 2EU and 2NA, but they are going to go 2 down in the process, and it's not going to work out. Yes, 2EU and 2NA has gotten a very good, strong defense here.
That is a scary thing, just seeing the other team with 4 specials online, but 2 and 2 held their cool. They basically near wiped them, and so they stopped that push before it could really get going. And now they are just stalling for time, allowing the tower to move back to mid because they have that lead. They can just sit pretty as the time of the match runs out.
Yes, indeed, but Yessub is not going to make sitting pretty easy for them because they have the tower and have gotten 2 and 2 down, and are getting jumps in for their team. The crab tank coming out. This is actually going to be pretty tight here. They're already at the checkpoint, and with 2EU and 2NA 2 down, it isn't going to be easy. But that GG Tri-Strike is going to come out on the tower and end the game for them, functioning exactly the same as a Booyah Bomb. And honestly, I think it's better at its job. I think Tri-Strike used to be pretty much just an inferior Booyah Bomb. 3 very small Booyah Bomb displacement things. Being able to be thrown on the battlefield when you had vulnerability instead of invulnerability. But that being said, they have now been buffed. Tri-Strike is now very big. And so you kind of get the equivalent area of like 2 Booyah Bombs with it. And I think that's a very good upside to having that vulnerability and just generally being a bit more clunky to throw, slightly less range, and just leaving you super vulnerable.
Oh, absolutely. I think like when you Booyah Bomb versus the Ink Strike, with the minor exception that you're, as you said, not invulnerable, Ink Strike is going to win out. I hate to say it, but it is slowly gaining dominance over the Booyah Bomb, and the fact that you can throw 3 of them on tower control, like as long as it's not moving, you have a really good shot of just clearing out that tower for an extended period of time.
Yes, indeed. And I also like Tri-Strike is a very, very good counter to Booyah Bomb. It only takes 1 of them to shred a Booyah now. So if they pop a Booyah Bomb and a Crab Tank, you can just throw 1 at the Booyah Bomb, 1 at the Crab Tank, and still have 1 in your pocket to use for actual displacement. Very, very good at countering the current specials in the meta. Very smart decision by Nintendo to buff it, to be honest.
I would have to agree. We are seeing a trade in the first 15 seconds here. The Slaughter Machine taking out the E-Leader, which is honestly a good pick. Taking out the Anchor right away. That's going to just relieve a little bit of pressure as they set up with their crabs. There's going to be members of Yessub going down here. It is it is ringing around the rosy of the Splat right now.
Yeah, no one's grabbing the Rainmaker just quite yet. They need a little bit of control, and that little bit of control is in their hands now. And they're vying to try to push for the normal checkpoint here. Just they need to take control of that forward space. And that Crab Tank is going to be shredded. It's going to come out on Yessub, but it's going to be shredded pretty hard. And it is now... it's now in 2 and 2's favor, pretty much. With the splash going down, and not a Booyah Bomb to be found on the side of Yessub, it's not quite going to happen, and they are going to not quite get this checkpoint, actually. And with that Booyah Bomb finally coming out just a couple seconds too late, it's still... They almost got that checkpoint there, but ended up going down. That's the... Ooh! it barely managing to break away with the Rainmaker and getting that checkpoint. Very, very good. And Yessub has gone 3 down in the process. And that Crab Tank is going to come out uncountered here. Being able to completely get those picks. And the Crab Tank from Yessub is also going to come out. But it isn't quite going to get that much value. And I do think, like, it can go either way here. But Yessub has opted to grab the Rainmaker and try and leave, and they have dropped down onto the lower platform. Got that pick on the T-Tech close range, and that's going to be a complete momentum swing. They're already on their way to this next checkpoint, trying to have some fancy footwork to try to dodge bullets and get onto that checkpoint. But it isn't quite painted, and so that's just going to be a bit awkward for them, allowing the E-Leader to get that shot off on them.
That last bit up until the KO checkpoint is a bit of a gauntlet. On this map, you really get into matches whereas games are won by 1 or 2 points, because it's difficult to get up to that point, but is not impossible. Versus if the whole team is up against you, it is nigh impossible to get to that last checkpoint. So they weren't able to get the lead, but they were able to get that checkpoint. So that's going to be huge as we get into these 2 minutes remaining. So they still have some time to make something happen here. Yes.
And they are very, very much, they really just need to fight for control right now. Yessub, they need to make a pretty strong push. They don't need a lot of momentum to get themselves in a nice spot, but they do need to get a lot of space. And with 2 and 2 going 2 down, that does look like it might just be enough space. But that Tri-Strike is going to stall out that Rainmaker for just a little bit, trying to get their team back in, but it isn't going to be quite enough. They're going to get down to 27 before getting taken out. And it does look like this pop might actually swing in their favor as well. Rialam coming out, displacing that E-Leader is going to be very, very strong for them. Getting it all the way down to 10 using the Squid Rolls. But it's just Yessub. It's just 1 splash left on Yessub to try and defend here, but they do have a Crab Tank in their pocket. I honestly don't think it would be very wise to pop it right now, because they also have that Tri-Strike at the ready to immediately shred that Crab Tank as soon as it shows its face.
I'm pretty sure we saw it go down to 10 in the last Rainmaker Scorched Gorge match we just saw earlier. That is a good lead. Unless 2 and 2 is able to get a full wipe off of this, Yessub has such a good defensive position here. Like, they have to really push it up to get the lead, and that's gonna be 3 down. That might be the opportunity they need, but the last remaining member is able to stop the Rainmaker, and now the rest of the team is able to respawn and take up positions again. Last 30 seconds is not looking good for 2 and 2. They really need to make something happen. They're trying to just force this Rainmaker through, but they lose too many of their members and are forced out themselves. In the last 18 seconds, Yessub has control of the Rainmaker, and all they gotta do is let it sit there. They don't even have to pop it to win this match.
That was an absolute scramble for control there right at the end. Both teams coming out of their spawns and really just fighting for control of that Rainmaker, but it isn't quite going to happen. And Yessub is going to win game 2.
We are now 1-1 in this set. It is a best of 5, so we have an extra 2 matches to go through, but it is broken even right now. And I feel like that's Rainmaker Scorch can go back and forth. It is such a volatile match to have. It is quite the excitement.
Yeah, and I think especially it has a similar situation to Eeltail Alley. It's one of the same map designs of staying in mid is pretty disadvantageous, but then once you get past it, you're in a really, really nice spot to hold. That spawn area is, like, the way the spawn area is laid out on this map, it actually even looks like mid. It looks like what should be mid, and it feels like pushing back into mid when they have control of that spawn area. And I just think that's really, really interesting. A lot of people complain about Splatoon 3's map design, about the lack of flank routes in mid, and the lack of options to really just sit in mid and be comfortable there. But I honestly think it's not that bad. I think having both the Splatoon 3 and Splatoon 2 type map design in this game is very, very good.
it certainly adds a little bit of variety. We're not having as like just a whole bunch of the same map design. It makes it you have to really change your comp to fit the strategy involved for mode or for map. I think as you said, I think I do enjoy the variety it adds to it as well.
But as we do get more maps in the game, I wouldn't be surprised if maps like Scorch Gorge, Eeltail Alley, if they stop being played. When Splatoon 2 was still, like when it was still like a newer game, and it only had a few maps, like you would see Moray Towers played in the tournament set. And I do think that we will see some of those maps be completely left behind though. Mincemeat and Mahi come to mind if neither of them get reworked, but who knows? The game hasn't been around for too long. Nintendo could change the way they handle maps and rework them like they did in Splatoon 2, but we could see some even more dramatic reworks on something like Mahi to try and bring it back to Splatoon 1's type of vibe with it, because Splatoon 1 was very, very good. Splatoon 1 Mahi. It was a really solid map, but they completely murdered it in this game. So hopefully they could redeem themselves and get Mahi back, because it'd be a shame for Mahi to stay like this. But we are headed into Game 3. It's all tied up 1-1. Yessub is staying strong with their double machine, double splash comp. 2EU, 2NA has adapted though, and they are running double tri-strike. The absolute thing you want to see to counter this comp. Absolutely just throwing those tri-strikes everywhere. They have so much control with them, and they can really, really just get those tri-strikes faster than Yessub can get their Booyah Bombs and Crab Tanks. That being said, 2-2 is 2 down yet again. I swear I'm saying this so often because it's very fun to say. But 2-2 has gotten Yessub 2 down as well, though, so we're seeing lots of 2s right now. 2 people go down, 1 on either side. Tri-Strike comes out. Booyah Bomb comes out from the machine, though, being safe now that those Tri-Strikes have been popped. And Wavebreaker is coming out on the zone from that leader.
I am curious to know what has the more paint, Booyah Bomb or the Ink Strike as well. The Ink Strike has got the triple, but just like what does one Ink Strike able to paint more in a consolidated area than the Booyah Bomb? I guess this match will be the one that will see that happen. We do see 2-2 are able to take that lead back, and they are so far showing some solid control. Booyah Bombs are going to be coming out trying to just break that, but they lose one of their selection machines in the process. That being said, one Tech is down, so it's pretty even at this point.
Yeah, as for which paints better, I think Tri-Strike absolutely paints better now. It was kind of 50-50 before, but they've buffed Tri-Strike so much, and it's massive. It feels almost as big as a Booyah Bomb, and you have 3 of them. So it's very, very nice, and I believe it does paint a significant amount more. But Yessub is bullying that leader absolutely with the close-range Crab Tank. But that duration nerf, you can really, really feel it in situations like that. They couldn't get any value out of it before they were forced to back out. I do think that 1 second duration nerf was probably just enough, along with the Tri-Strike buff, to push Crab Tank into a better spot in the meta. And that being said, Yessub is in control and has... and they did have an advantage, but now they are going down, and 2-2 should be able to push back into the zone off this and cap it. With Yessub at 42, they still have a decent amount of time.
Oh. The hero play by the splash here, almost a wipe. They got denied by their mate there, but they were able to get the delayed wipe nonetheless, whether it be the 1 player or the 2, and now they're going to be moving back into where they were before in the enemy base.
Yeah, Nico getting that fantastic triple. Very good there. The Tri-Strike is coming out, trying to get some space here, trying to push them out, and they have another one at their disposal as well. And that is going to go out here. Going to try and get a little bit of space, but there's that vulnerability, and they do get splatted from behind. That is going to be a lead flip here, but 2-2 really, really needs to push in soon. They have about 10 seconds left before the zone is completely KO'd, and they are against the wall. But they have started pushing back in here. The zone is neutralized. They have to paint it here or else they lose the game. And they have managed to take control, but not before going 2 down. They really need to paint here, and they need to find some semblance of control with both those T-Techs going down. Yessub is going to be back, sitting pretty on the advantage. They have a decent amount of time to push back in again now, though. And with Yessub going 2 down, it might just be exactly what they need. That machine is sitting underneath there. Gets the pick on the T-Tech. Another T-Tech goes down as well from that machine. Typhlo making the wonderful plays. And that is going to be very, very bad for 2-2. They need to push in very soon. They have about 10 seconds left, and they have just gone one down to that machine. That Tri-Strike needs to come out. That Wavebreaker needs to come out. They can paint the zone here with the 2 Tri-Strikes, but it's going to be very close. The zone has been neutralized. Booyah Bomb is coming out to try and paint over it, and it's just the splash left, and that's going to be a KO for Yessub.
Yessub coming out on top. I'm honestly very impressed by 2-2, able to basically take a 2v4 and cap the zone. While they weren't able to really make any more of it, just being able to stall it out and give them some more time to just make something happen was quite impressive, but unfortunately did not last very long. Yessub just held solid control even in the midst of a double ink strike and a wavebreaker coming out on zone. They just capped it off with their paint and that Booyah Bomb, able to hold on to it for the KO. Very well done by both teams here.
Yeah, and here we're seeing Yessub's comp is still working against 2-2. I think Yessub is making some very good plays, but it's also really obvious that their comp is struggling just a little bit, since it's now not super good anymore. I think they would really, really benefit from swapping out some of their weapons right now. It's clear that they're not used to it. They're used to playing double machine, double splash. That's very comfortable for them. But I do believe if they subbed out one of the splashes for a T-Tech in one of the machines for a V-Slosher, their comp would be very, very strong. Having double Tri-Strike would allow them to really counter other specials, just because it absolutely shreds everything.
I'd have to agree. Like, so far, they're pulling out in the lead through their team coordination and just their individual skill level. It is so on point here, but I agree. They are just as far as like the weapon on weapon specials and comp goes, they are at a slight disadvantage, and they just were able to hold on to the last one by the skin of their teeth. I think that, as you said, if they did swap out like even just one weapon, they could go so much further with it.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to see. I don't think this comp is inherently bad. I don't think if this comp was like bad, I think that would probably be just a little bit too over nerfed. I think right now this comp, Machine and Splash both being very strong weapons, and just like solid weapons. I think that's a very good place for them, especially Machine. I think it is kind of just solid right now. I think giving it poor Booyah output and a little bit more dependency on its on ink management, I think that was a very, very good balance change. As for Splash, I think it could still be a little bit strong right now, but the fact that they do have to consider swapping out their Splash for another short-range shooter, that's at least going somewhere. But the game, we are already in the game here, and Yessub has gone 2 down, 2-2. So many 2s in that sentence. Very fun to say. But that Tri-Strike is going to come out from 2-2. Going to try to get some value, but it isn't quite going to work out, and 2-2 has gone 3 down, just the leader left.
Yes, Yessub is going to be taking solid control of the tower here. I think that checkpoint is going to be a given here, especially with, we see the machine just really push up there, keeping them from getting to that tower. The Booyah Bomb, they're not even going to try to stop the Booyah Bomb because it's already set up and ready to go, and this is a position that you don't want them to be in. They are able to shut them out really quickly, just keeping them from setting up too far. And now they were able to get the checkpoint, but with 2-2 coming back from spawn, they are just still in this game. They got solid control of the mid now.
Yeah, that isn't a very big push at all, though. That first checkpoint is very, very good to get through. It's a double checkpoint, double length, so it is a very, very tricky thing to push past. But once you do push past it, it is for pretty smooth sailing past that. And Yessub didn't get very far past it. If they can push that checkpoint and break it, that's a very, very easy lead swap for them. But right now, Yessub does have the advantage, and they are going to use it. They're trying to push forward here, using that sponge to their advantage. But that Tri-Strike is going to make things just a little bit awkward for that machine, and they are going to go down to that T-Tech. And that Tri-Strike is going to come out and force that Splash into a very bad position. And they now have Crab Tank at their disposal, though, to try and hold this a little bit. And both of those Tri-Strikes have been popped. With the double Crab out and both T-Techs down, it's just 3 splashes and a leader here. And that is going to be 2 and 2, going 3 down, just the leader left to survive. And they are going to opt to jump out. That is going to make an effective wipe for 2 and 2, though, which is very good for Yessub. All they need to do is win 1 game right now, and they go into, I believe, winners semifinals. And so this is very good for them here.
Yeah, the sheer aggression of Yessub is just keeping 2 and 2 from getting any sort of foothold here. Like, we've seen them go 3 down several times so far, and Yessub has pretty much been living on their side of the map for the majority of this map. And then we see the E-Leader just pop them out from underneath the bridge. You cannot hide from his gaze. And though they do lose 3 members themselves, so this could be 2 and 2's opportunity to make something happen, to get a lead of their own, but they still have to get through that first checkpoint.
Yes, indeed. And Yessub has gone 1 down yet again. That checkpoint does look like it is going to fall, which is going to be very, very good for 2 and 2. This is a fairly easy lead switch for them if they can push it just a little further. And that is going to be a lead switch, but they have gone 3 down to that. It is just 1 splash versus 2 splashes here. And if they can get some defense, that is going to be very good. But it does look like they are going to opt to play just a little bit further back, but they are going to be able to get that trade on the splash. Crab Tank coming out, and Yessub does not have an answer to it. And 2 and 2 is going to be able to potentially get control of mid back here. That machine is absolutely in a situation right now. Popping the Booyah Bomb there to save their life, that is the thing that Booyah Bomb has over Tri-Strike now. Booyah Bomb is by no means inferior to Tri-Strike. It's just a more aggressive version of the special, acting as that kind of panic button in a way, but still leaving you completely immobile. It's going to be very good, and it does look like this is potentially another lead switch. If 2 and 2 doesn't get some sort of pick here or some sort of value, Crab Tank's coming out on the tower. Lead has swapped. 37 seconds left in the game. This isn't looking very good for 2 and 2, but they can pull this out if they really need to, and if they really get it. And that is going to be a wipe. Huge momentum potential here. Opting not even to grab the tower, just trying to push forward, get that Crab Tank set up on Yessub's snipe here, which is going to be able to push them back very well, trying to get value out of that. And someone back there is going to jump out as they're getting pressured. It's neck and neck here. All they need to do is push to 33, and they have a lead of 36. They have gone 1 down here, but they have to keep pushing. Ooh, and it is just the splash left on Yessub, and that is going to be a wipeout for Yessub. The 1 splash was left on 2 and 2, my bad. But that is going to be Yessub taking that set 1 and 3, going to winners semis.
An excellent job by Yessub right there. 2 and 2, they had the opportunity because Yessub hadn't really gotten any points off that checkpoint. All they had to do was tap the checkpoint and get an extra point off of that to take the lead. But unfortunately, we did see almost a complete wipeout at the end there, leaving just a splash right in the tower at the end. So there was not too much they could do. So Yessub is going to be taking this set 3-1. And as I said, they will be going to the semifinals.
And we have seen Yessub win a tournament like this before. I believe they won Paddling Pool not too far back. So this is definitely very deserved from them. It is really interesting that they're still making this comp work. They're sticking with it. And I honestly think that's pretty good. I mean, it is the double splash, double machine comp. So they're going to get a little bit of... Like, that is still what the meta was. But the fact that they are sticking with it, even though both of those weapons have been nerfed pretty bad, I kind of respect that.
I think if they want to make this work, they can certainly find a place for it. It's not yet to the point where it is an obsolete strat. I think taking the ink strike route is definitely the easier pick. It certainly has a lot of potential, but if they've made a name for themselves with this double splash double machine, so if they want to stick with it, they can certainly take it to new heights. They'll just have to, I think as you mentioned before, just kind of adjust to the changes to it. They can't really play in the same manner that they have pre-patch.
But I do believe we are going to be going on a short break yet again. Don't go anywhere, because we are going to be right back for winner semifinals. Very, very hype game. Yo, welcome back to Squid Junction 36. I'm Asect, joined here by iMads. We are heading straight into it. I couldn't even read the team names. They readied up extraordinarily quickly, and we were not ready for that. But we're headed straight into it. Hagglefish Zones, no delay. Draconic versus Prelude. Both teams running fairly similar costs here. Actually, it's just one weapon different. But that 52 gal has already gone down. Splash has already gone down. Straight on into it. Straight on into the action. Both teams playing very, very quickly here. Going down left and right. Oh my god. Look at all those tri-strikes. That's really fun.
I think we've seen our first E-leader of face-off for the first time this tournament. We did see the one E-leader in one of the previous sets, but now we are seeing both teams decide to go with the anchor comp, and with just the one weapon difference to boot.
Yeah, I do think this is probably the most reasonable expectation for what the next meta is going to look like. Like what this meta is gonna end up being. I think this is really realistic. I think E-leader is gonna be a little bit more commonly ran. And I think these three shooters are gonna be pretty much what we're gonna see. So there's a little bit more variety as long as you like shooters.
Pretty much.
It's not quad shooter though. I don't think we're gonna see quad shooter meta because there isn't a good long range shooter in this game. A Jet Squelcher and a Squeezer are both kind of mediocre. If either of them get a good kit though, I would definitely expect that to change. But Prelude is currently in the lead right now, and they have control of the zone. Draconic needs to really push in soon here. Tri-Strike is going to come out, going to cap the zone pretty easily here. And that is going to be a zone flip for Draconic, but it isn't going to last long. Already neutralized, and it does look like it might flip here. Both teams are very much painting the zone here. Huge painting battle. It's still just been neutral for so long, but it does end up in Draconic's favor. They are one down though, so this might swap yet again very quickly here. People are going down left and right. Prelude's 2 down, Draconic is 1 down, and they do have the advantage here. Prelude, just the leader, left alive. The zone is going to flip in Draconic's favor, and most likely going to be the lead as well.
Yeah, they had a lot of special output for that swap, but they weren't able to really pick anyone off with the special wave. But then they were still able to stay alive and hold on to just keep the zone in neutral and then just clean up the other team afterward. So now that is going to bring them into the lead. And although they do lose 2 of their members in the process, it's still a pretty decent lead.
Ooh. The well-placed Splat Bomb by Draconic's T-Tech, Kaden, is going to get that pick on a splash there, and honestly, that really is going to help them hold the zone here for just a little bit longer. They are holding the zone by an absolute thread here. It has been threatened to switch so many times, and they've managed to hold it, but that being said, it has just flipped, which is going to be very good for Prelude, buying them all the time in the world that they need to get this zone and push through it.
1 member down on both sides, 2 members down on both sides. A nice pick by the E-Leader, and another nice pick by the E-Leader. Being able to just... They have to get this last pick. They don't really have enough paint in order to stop the zone, but they do have some mates coming up to help them out. Now it is a special output coming out from the side of Draconic, and they still have that lead as we get into the last minute and a half.
Yeah, this is Prelude still definitely is in the game right now, but it isn't looking very good for them. That being said, Draconic has just gone 1 down, so that might be the seed that they need to turn this into an actual push and potentially the lead. The Draconic score is pretty low, but all of their last-ditch efforts have been activated. Have they chose to run them? So it is going to be very good for them. That leader is standing on that glass, though, and it's going to make things just a little bit hairy for them. That being said, Prelude does have their Tri-Strike at the ready, which is going to be able to deal with that leader if they choose to throw one at it. But no, they are going to get flanked by the other T-Tech here.
Yeah, you really got to watch out for those flanks on this map. Especially when you're throwing off your ink strikes, you're just so vulnerable from the back right there. Last 40 seconds, we do see the crab coming out, but this shooter is still alive. The T-Tech is able to get another pick before they're taken down by the 52. And with the 2 members of Prelude down, we'll have to see if they have enough firepower to retake the zone here.
Ooh, they have about 5 seconds left to take it here. If they don't cap it now, then it's game over for them. They really need to neutralize it here. But they are potentially... It's held at 1. They need to win this painting battle right now. It's down to this again. The Wavebreaker is going to come out. Both teams just absolutely putting paint all over the zone. The Tri-Strike comes out, but just a little bit too late. And there's 6 seconds left. If Prelude wants to win this, they need to put it into overtime right now. And they have control of the zone. Just a little bit of hope. And we are now going into overtime. They have to hold this zone for as long as possible here. It is a paint battle, absolutely down to the wire. Absolutely just trying to hold control of it. This is super dangerous. And that is going to be Draconic capping the zone and taking the game 1. Oh my god.
The cap of the zone, the split second before that ink strike struck, was what allowed them to stay in the game. It just, the 1 point meme came back to bite them. It's just, oh, that is such a good zones.
Yes, indeed. That was a very, very good game. Down to the wire, absolutely. Very, very well played. But now we are seeing what these actual maps are going into. We're seeing Clam Blitz on Undertow Spillway. We don't see this map mode too often.
It's like, this is like the first map we've had that wasn't Hagglefish. But yeah,
we have had Hagglefish very, very often. in this tournament. The format of this tournament is there's 7 maps available, and each team knocks out a map. So we are going to be seeing maps that these teams favor. I'm really surprised that this map didn't get knocked out.
I'm surprised as well. Like it is not quite in the realm of Hammerhead for me, but it's definitely down there as for my least favorite maps. But I think for clams, it's not that bad. You definitely have a little bit different map layout for Clam Blitz than you use in some of the other modes.
Yes, indeed. I don't think this map is that bad. It's very strange, but I don't think it's strange in a bad way. I've never played the map and felt like the map is really holding me back at all. I think it's fine. It's a little bit weird, but it's that kind of Splatoon 3 style of map where you really want to be able to push past mid, to be able to get control of those upper areas, like getting control of glass, getting control of that bottom left area as well. Very, very important on your push, and it's very comfortable to hold as well.
I think that's a fair point. It's not a bad map. It just takes some getting used to. But we are going to be seeing pretty much no comp changes from either of these teams. They're both going to be running the same one they saw before. And this one, would you say this is another one where you don't want to be sitting in mid?
Yeah, I really don't think sitting in mid is good on this map at all. And we're seeing that Tri-Strike really forcing that Crab Tank out of that area. But Draconic has gone 3 down, and it is going to be just that leader left to defend, given that's kind of its job. But it does look like this could be a score for Prelude here, especially as that splash is going down on their side. Very, very good push for Prelude, potentially here. But never mind, I say that, and they get immediately wiped by Draconic. Very well played defense. That was a pretty dangerous situation, but they handled it really well.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate they weren't able to get that second power clam in, but this is going to give Draconic a good opportunity to come back. They were able to get the extra, just the extra clam in, so it is going to take a little bit more than a single power clam to take that lead back, but honestly, not a whole lot is needed here.
Yeah, you do very much see, you don't see that one clam push very often up at this level. It's definitely a thing in solo queue, especially lower ranks. But the further up you go, the bigger the pushes usually are. So I don't think getting that clam in is a super big deal for Draconic. I think it's still pretty much anyone's game here. That score isn't really a lot. Most teams' pushes go way beyond that. They just got shut down pretty much instantly. So that was very well played defense by Draconic. But it is going to show here.
Draconic got quite a bit of clams to their name, but just not a whole lot of map control to maintain it. They are forced to drop one of their power clams, but the nice double by the splash there, it's going to allow them to retake the mid and just push back out. Unfortunately, that is going to be the loss of one of their power clams, but they have plenty more clams to make another one. It is just a matter of finding an opening to take that basket.
Yes, indeed. And with Prelude going 1 down, that could be exactly the start of their momentum that they need. Just the advantage that they can use to push in and get control. But they have gone 1 down. They're splash dying. And that is going to be kind of a momentum reset on their sides. They are playing just a little bit far forward here. Just a little bit ahead of mid here, but they really... holding mid here really isn't very comfortable. Need to push ahead here. This splash is in a very nice spot, but the rest of their team isn't in a very good position to back them up. They're desperately trying to get that Crab Tank to try and pull it out. And that Tri-Strike going out from Prelude is going to be very good for them here. But that Crab Tank is not going to last very long. That 1 second duration nerf, you're really feeling that here. You can't waste any time at all in a Crab Tank. And that 52 gal getting that Crab Tank as well after they get shredded is going to be very good. And that 74 lead is holding here. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. It's getting a little bit close here. Draconic needs to make a push if they want to get the lead at all.
It feels like both the times that they've attempted to make a push here, they've been a little bit spread out. Like you'd see the one member try to make a dash for that upper right area, but then just immediately get wiped out. So that they already will lose a man before they could even start their push. So it's not working in their favor at this point in time. They're just not able to really get anything going. Like Prelude, they got that early lead, and their defense is holding solid so far.
Yeah, and with Prelude going one down, though, this could be the momentum that Draconic needs. Only 1 minute left on the clock. Oh, that was nasty. Nasty flick by that T-Tech there. I can't quite see their name. But that pick is going to be fairly good for Draconic there. The E-Leaders going into the sniper duel and trading it out. Gonna free up the movement for everyone else in the lobby here. Gonna make these next pushes very unstable. And with Prelude pushing all the way up here, this is very good. 30 seconds left on the clock. Prelude's gonna get another ball in, but go 2 down in the process. Gonna make the push just a little bit more of a barrier for that push for Draconic. They need to get it past 64 here. But with Prelude going 1 down, it isn't looking good. They really need to get this push off here. They have about 30 seconds total before overtime ends. And they really just have to get this push in quickly. That Crab Tank is at the ready. And their splash has gone 2 down on Prelude's side. This 52 is also potentially going to go down as well. It's going to get very hairy here. They don't have a lot of time to push in. Prelude has gone 2 down, though. Draconic has 2 balls. If they can get these balls in, they win. The T-Tank offering the jump. If they can get these jumps in, that is it. The barrier is open. 10 seconds left for the ball to get in here. And they managed to get it in. That is going to be game 2 for Draconic.
If anything was down to the wire, that was the match. The 1v4 hero play by the T-Tech right there. While they weren't able to get the jumps in that they needed, they were able to still recover from that and get the last power climb in. Oh, that was such good play right there.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous, missing those jump-in opportunities. But they managed to pull it together and get that in barely. That is a 2-0 for Draconic. Prelude is now forced to do a reverse sweep here. But both of these games have been fairly close. This is by no means impossible, but it is a very tough uphill battle for them.
Yeah, Prelude's had such good coordination that last one. It was just that last second push that swept the win out from underneath them. They had 2 pretty decent pushes. Like, they didn't get a whole lot of points out of it, but they were able to keep Draconic off balance, not allow them to really get anything except for that Hail Mary right at the end. So I think they definitely have a good shot, especially if they can take this to a game 5 for the other Clams match.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see if they can even get there, though. We're heading into TC Inkblot, which is it's gonna be very TC Inkblot is it's a kind of linear map. It's very reminiscent of Brinewater Springs in a way. It's like the good version of Brinewater Springs, where Brinewater is just evil Inkblot. As someone has described, because you have the plat overlooking mid with the little tower in the middle, and then you have a drop on either side that you can go into, and you have the spawn area like starting at the high ground and leading to being able to take a drop very early, but also being able to drop on the other flank as well. It's the same layout. It's the exact same layout, just with a lot more open space on the geometry. But in terms of where you can go and how the map functions, it's really similar. I just think Inkblot has a much easier to defend spawn. On Brinewater, if you can push up into their spawn, there aren't a whole lot of places you can take to defend. There's just a lot of walls in the way. But on Inkblot, you're a little bit more free to defend. So it is just a little bit more defender-sided.
100%. You just have a lot more cover to work with as well. Just like they basically took Inkblot, like, here, let's remove all of this and just make that Brinewater. As now that I look at it, I can't imagine any other way.
Yeah, it's like if you mahi-mahi'd Inkblot, but it's not that bad. I think it still works for maps like Zones and Clams. For Rainmaker and Tower Control, it is very bad, since the objective is to push up into that spawn area with really uncomfortable defense. But on Zones and Clams, it's passable as kind of just more variety than Inkblot. But we are going to see, we're seeing a Zimmy from Draconic, very interesting. Given that Big Bubbler is very easily shredded by Tri-Strike, it's really interesting to see that.
As I say, they dropped one of their splashes for that Zimmy. I am a fan of the Zimmy, so I'm happy to see this change. But as you said, it does fall to the Ink Strike in a one-on-one match.
And it is just that E-Leader left to defend here. Draconic has that Ink Strike at their disposal. And so they want this to be a 3-0 sweep. They don't want to give Prelude even the littlest of chance of getting this. They are absolutely pushing the tower here and really just like taking so much control. They have a lot of presence in their plat. And it is still 3-3, already taking a very, very strong push here. Popping that big bubbler to try to force the strike from Prelude. But they are going to... This tower is going to be a little bit stalled here. Wavebreaker coming out is going to make that Crab Tank's life a little bit tricky. Draconic has gone 2 down. Prelude now has a numbers advantage. We're just going to have to see if they can use it in a good way. And they are starting to collapse on them and take some fights. This is very good. This is a momentum swing that they wanted here.
I do love the aggression coming out from that mini there. They just hopping off the tower to get the pick, then hopping back on. But now we see Prelude in the position that Draconic was before. They are slowly making their way through that checkpoint. And with a 52 just on their doorstep, that is going to be quite the distraction. But Draconic is able to get the 2 down and basically reset the tower back to mid, stalling out the push to pretty much nothing.
Yes, indeed. We have Draconic going 2 down yet again, but that splash going down to the leader is going to be pretty huge here. The 2 leaders are in an aim duel, and Draconic's E-leader absolutely shreds the other E-leader to a pulp. Pun absolutely intended there. And we are going to see them try to defend the tower here. Taking the 2 down situation and being able to turn it around with Bandit getting those 2 picks. Very, very good. But that is by no means going to make them in a comfortable spot. They have just gone 2 down. Bandit continuing to get those very, very good picks, though. Prelude is now gone 2 down. Just the T-Tech and T-Tech and Splash left to try to push this tower. They have taken the lead, though, but not by much. That Tri-Strike is going to come out, though, and make things just a little bit more easy for them to be able to do. Gonna be able to lubricate their push into plat just a little bit, and with them almost at whale as well, they are going to be able to push up fairly easily.
Yeah, this last minute has been a battle of attrition, one that Prelude has slowly been winning. They are in the lead and have already taken out that second checkpoint. Draconic is on the back foot. They have been some good picks, keeping them from really gaining momentum, but they are losing their defense continually. They are on that 3rd checkpoint with a substantial lead of 18. This is not looking good for Draconic here. The 2 members of Prelude are down. I think Draconic is going to end that push right there.
Ooh, that is really Prelude's way of saying we are still in this. We are still trying, and we still have a chance. Draconic, that being said, Draconic still can't take this back. They've shown a fairly dominant gameplay throughout the entire match, besides that 1 push there. 2 people going down on Draconic. It isn't going to be very good for them. Tri-Strike coming out is going to try and get some value, forcing that mini out of plat just a little bit. The mini going down, I think they might have died to that wall there. Potentially, that would have been very embarrassing, but no, they died to that either. Not quite having their ego shattered that much. And that E-leader is going to be standing on tower here. Pulp is going to try to redeem themselves, getting that pick on Bandit and on to Kiwi. That is going to be very, very good here. And that is going to be all the momentum that they need to KO them, to KO Draconic. And take that one game. That one game is going to be potentially all they need to Draconic, to bring Draconic on their toes. Because Draconic now, they're in a stance where if they lose this next one, that's game 5. They really don't want to go to game 5, because that is going to give Prelude all of the chances that they need to potentially take this reverse sweep.
Yeah, they are slowly leveling out the playing field. They're not allowing Draconic the clean victory here. They are still in a fighting stance here. Going on to zones on... I am blanking once again. What is with me and my maps today? I have apparently not played enough Splatoon lately.
We're going into Zones Museum here. A very good map in my opinion. Very dominant with E-leader as well, though. It does kind of remind me of, like, I think it's honestly Humpback Pump Track, but not evil. Because it reminds me a lot of Humpback Pump Track, the way that you kind of have that drop into the zone, and you can't really back up very easily off that. Because I do believe that there isn't really a ramp onto that plat. The only way to get onto plat is to do that jump from mid, which is a little bit awkward, and it really, really reminds me of Humpback Pump Track. But I do think this game is much better suited towards that kind of map. Not being able to back up into zone isn't as big of a deal when you don't have to fight double armor, double missiles.
That is true. That is very true.
Because in Splatoon 2, you kind of just farmed your missiles and then popped them because you needed to use those missiles to get back in. The flank routes weren't really that strong, and like being able to get pressured from bunker was very, very, it was very disadvantageous. It was kind of awkward to push, but on this map, the right flank is much more protected, and you can take that flank a lot more easily.
Absolutely. I think just, as you said, it is such a strong E-liter map, and there's not quite as many weird terrain to just get in the way of that laser.
Yeah. It's very, very open. But that being said, there is also a lot of cover and geometry to play around in mid, that spinner especially. So it is by no means an unfair fight. Both teams, again, running very, very similar comps. Double Splash E-liter T-Tech versus Splash 52 T-Tech, E-liter T-Tech. Just subbing out one single weapon, so they're going to have to try to use that weapon difference to their advantage. But Draconic already is taking a very dominant start. This isn't good. They have a lot of momentum already, and that is not what you want to see on zones. Prelude has made very good last-minute comebacks, but you don't get that last minute in splash zones. It's all or nothing pretty much with your pushes. And the Tri-Strike is coming out, is going to try and get some control on the zone, but they have gone one down. It is just the 3 down. It is just that T-Tech left to try to defend, and they are going to get collapsed on. They do successfully jump out, though, but time is ticking. They have about 20 seconds left on the clock to try to push back in, and that may seem like a lot of time, but when you're forced up against respawn timers, it really isn't a whole lot. That's about as much time you have as Climblitz overtime. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get into zone soon. They only have about 5 seconds left. I don't think it's going to happen. I think we're going to see a 0 to 100 KO from Draconic, taking away their hopes and dreams of that reverse sweep, getting the 3-1. Very well played by Draconic there, but very well played by Prelude as well. Draconic did have a lot of the stuff that they needed to play around Prelude, but I don't think Prelude was playing badly by any means. Both teams played this very well. I think that was just a matter of not really getting a second chance of pushing back in. Zones is brutal in that way. You really have like 2 or 3 team fights, and if you lose those team fights, it's game over. It's the most volatile mode in the game, I believe. I think with the Rainmaker rework, it has taken the crown of being the most volatile and unforgiving mode. But that is going to be me and Imad swapping out. We are going to be swapping out for 2 very good friends of mine, Pinky and Weef, Broken Pinky and Weef. Both being, they're on a team that I coach. So shout out to them. Very good players, very good commentators as well. And I'm glad that they're going to be able to commentate together with this. So Imad, where can they find you?
Well, you can find me on pretty much all the platforms: Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, at IMedGamerII. I still do the Splatoon stuff pretty regularly, but I've been branching out a little bit more chill stuff going on. But where can the good people find you?
I'm Asect, ACECT on YouTube, and Asect with 4 T's on Twitter and Twitch. But yeah, thank you guys for having me. It's been a blast. But it's time for me and Imad to tune out. Don't go anywhere, though, because we are going to be back right after a very short break with some new commentators. See ya.
Stay tuned.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
and welcome back to Squid Junction. We are here in Winners Finals. I am Weef, and I'm here with my very good friend Pinky, and we're about to see the Draconic and Bet fight it off to see who makes it to Grands. Pinky, what are your thoughts on what we're gonna see in this set?
I mean, I'll be honest, I just know we're going to see a good set. These are two very good teams, and this is Winners Finals of Squid Junction. We're going to see some great action here, and we're just going to start things off right away. We're already hopping straight into Game 1 on Inkblot Splat Zones. And Weef, real quick, what do you think of the stage before we just hop right into things?
Inkblot's really interesting. I think you can make a lot of things work. We saw the leader take really prominent... we saw a lot of E-leader presence on the last time we saw Inkblot, last round, I believe. And we're seeing it back out again with I believe both of them are E-leader scopes, so they have a lot of range and a lot of ability to just make sure that people are not going to be able to move around as freely as they normally would be.
Yeah, exactly, and both teams are running very similar comps. We're seeing Bet trade out a Splash-O-Matic for a Sloshing Machine, but at the moment it's Bet with full control of the zone. We see the E-leader pushing very far up, and they're putting a lot of pressure on Draconic's plat without even really needing to get there. But now Draconic has popped a crab of their own. It's going to be threatened by the Tri-Strikes that Bet is throwing out, but it looks like it's going to be okay. But the crab isn't really able to get a lot of value. That reduced duration makes it so much harder to get value, and the splashes are going to get taken down by the Booyah Bomb. And although the machine goes down too, this has just been Bet's game so far. They're already like at the 40-point mark in just a minute in.
This is a for Draconic, this is a far cry from their last game where they just took museum zones in like a minute with a strong push right off the bat. They do go 3 down still, and that gives Bet more and more time to keep taking down these points. It's looking really bad for Draconic here, as they're going to struggle to get in. Their E-leader is fishing for picks, and they're just really trying to get in and get any amount of paint before the game ends on them.
Yeah, and they only have about 5 seconds left before this game ends via knockout. It's 3 versus 3. 3 go down to the side of Bet, though. This is Draconic's big chance, and they do finally get the cap on the zone with the delayed wipeout. And this is Draconic's first chance to really get something going here. We do see the Splash-O-Matic crab on the plat side of Bet, and now it's going to be a game of Bet just trying to hold on and make sure that they can make it back into the zone, because now it's unlikely they'll win through knockout, and it's probably going to be more of a stalemate. The Splash-O-Matic is still trying to make things happen on the left side by themselves, but no one's really just dropping into them, and here come the Tri-Strikes from the 10-attack spotter shot, as well as the Booyah Bomb, and Draconic is going to really struggle with the arsenal that Bet is coming out with, but they seem to regain control of the zone, and they're getting pretty close to getting that lead back.
I like to say it's never over until it's over. This is exactly why we see the Splash-O-Matic bring out a crab here, and it's just going to extend the hold of their plat and make sure that Bet is going to have a hard time now. The foot is on the other shoe. Wait, whatever. Shoe's on the other foot. And it's 20 points left, and all four, like, everyone on the teams are up. The specials are going out. T-Tex gets picked. Splash gets picked too. Both the Splash and the side of Draconic are down, and it's just the E-leader and their T-Tech. They did push it to 17, but now it looks like their push might be over, as the only person left alive is that E-leader on the side of Draconic.
You know, if you're Draconic, you really wanted to get that lead back, but Bet is going to be able to hold on just a little bit longer. We're entering the second half of the match here, and it's Bet with a lot of control here. That crab is going to be popped in top mid, but the E-leader is going to push it off right away from Draconic. Really good play, making that crab a lot harder to get some good value out of. Meanwhile, the E-leader of Bet is still set up in zone, trying to get some crucial picks, and E-leader this far up can be very deadly, but here come the Tri-Strikes, forcing the leader to jump out, and now Draconic has some man advantage and has a lot more room to move around, and they are able to capitalize on it, getting the zone, and now Bet are 2 down, and Draconic has another chance to push up. This is where you really want to be taking control of the plat, trying to make your enemy stagger as much as possible, and just really using your specials to make it as hard as possible to get the enemy back into mid. And we do see Draconic trying to just charge all their specials, get all their points for it as they can. The crab is coming out from Bet, and we see the Splash from Draconic try to dodge it. Here comes the Booyah Bomb as well, but now Draconic has to have fun getting an instant pick with that crab. 2 dead on the side of Bet, and now Draconic is getting very close to getting this lead back. This is already a very back and forth set in just game 1.
Both of these teams are playing really, really patiently and making sure that they don't overextend before they have a sufficient advantage. And they're making sure that, you know, if they're going to make a push, they're going to make it count. They're going to either get all the way through their penalty or, you know, as Draconic did at the first part of the set, and take it all the way down to 17 before they end up getting pushed out again. But we do see members go down on both sides, but the clock is still ticking. This is only about 25 seconds left before Bet actually finally KOs. The E-Leader is on the zone, even though they do end up jumping out, and the Crab on the side of Draconic is going to make sure that there's a sufficient amount of pressure on the zone, but it's really back and forth, and they're not quite able to get the full cap quite yet.
Things are just looking so hard for Draconic here. There's only 30 seconds left, but in the painting battle, Draconic does reign supreme with that third shooter. Bet is 2 down, so Draconic can really use this opportunity to cap the zone and get their final counter started, and that they do. 20 seconds left before things go into overtime, and now Draconic is really going to have to hold. If that zone flips one more time, that game will be over. The Crab comes out on the side of Bet, but it's going to get picked off by the Tri-Strikes, and Draconic is able to regain control of the zone, and things are going to be going into overtime here, and they're getting really close to getting this lead switch. The leader's just sitting in the bunker up right for the side of Bet, just not quite able to get something started. The machine goes down, the leader goes down too, it's 2 dead on the side of Bet, and Draconic is almost through their penalty.
Yeah, no, we have about 10 seconds left on the clock before this game is over, and Bet is going to be throwing all they have at the zone, but unfortunately they do go 3 down, and that leader is not going to be able to cap the zone by themselves. Game 1, with a very, very close game, goes to Draconic.
It's an incredibly back and forth game 1. Bet had that control, had the zone capped and in their possession with no real contestment all the way down to 3 points. And Draconic never panicked. They got the zone right back, pushed it down to 17, and after just a lot more back and forth, Draconic was able to hold it together, get the picks they needed, get the near wipeout, and they got game 1. And here's hoping a back and forth game like that is just going to be saying for the set to come, because this is going to be a great set if that's the case.
Oh, 100%. In terms of what comps these teams have been running, it's definitely proving that even though Splash is a bit weaker, Machine's a bit weaker, Splash is far from dead. We saw, we just saw 2 Splashes on the side of Draconic pull it out pretty strong there, and at the end there we saw Kiwi. They used their Crab up on the big platform in mid, and it was immediately thrown out by the strikes, but it was only displaced. You can still roll the way. It's not going to be an instant death machine if you get a tri-strike thrown on you on the Crab, which just, even though it is a strong counter, it's not a hard counter, which means that it's not dead yet.
Exactly, you can't quite pin the Crab down just yet, but Draconic is going to be able to get that advantage in game 1, and now we're going to be going to game 2 on Calamblet's Scorched Gorge. What do you think of this stage?
I think it's interesting. I think Scorched Gorge is definitely overhated. It's especially interesting on Clamblets because the main route to push is it's pretty wide actually when you think about it, and there's a little bit of an uphill battle before you're on even footing with your enemy there. And there's also that personally just the progression from getting the tower to getting the full mid control is interesting and pretty fun for me. So it's a stage that I enjoy and I do enjoy watching. I think there's a good amount that can work on it as well.
I'm a Scorched Gorge hater. I hate the stage. The stupid Kelp Dome stage. Why'd they have to bring this back?
You're saying that just to spite me.
I mean, it's also how I feel. You know this. But regardless, we'll be going right on to game 2. Draconic versus Bet for winners finals here at Squid Junction. See any comp changes? We see the splatter scope come out on the side of Draconic, and Bet brings out the V bucket instead of the E leader. What do you think of these comp changes, and how do you think it's going to change the match?
I think this almost instantly puts a bit of a disadvantage on the side of Bet, even though that double tri-strike is going to be really good, and they're trying to counter the double Crab that Draconic has been boasting. The opting out of having that long-range charger isn't the greatest on this map. This map has some really good sightlines that can be dominated by a charger, even if it's not the E-leader, and even if it has a slightly weaker special. We already instantly see 3 go down on the side of Bet, and Draconic is really pushing up and charging their specials and making sure that they have enough control to make this a good push before they start going in.
Yeah, exactly. Even though Bet switched to a much more aggressive comp, it is Draconic getting the first break of the basket. It looks like no one there is going to be there to really follow up, so the push will probably end at just getting the basket broken open and getting it down to 80, but that's still a strong amount of pressure being put on Bet right off the bat here. And we do see Bet go 1 down. They do lose their T-Tech and now their Machine and their Slosher as well. Bet is 3 down, and Draconic can turn this into a much bigger push. Here comes the power play from the E-leader. The clams go in. It's going to be stalled at 46 here for a little bit, but here comes the splash with more clams just trying to get it further. And here comes that ink vac from that splatter scope, just so valuable for maintaining that choke area. Draconic is able to get the pick on the bucket though, but they're not quite able to get any more clams. But a push to 46 is very solid on this map, where it's just so hard to make that long journey all the way to that basket.
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing to sneeze at, and like you said, you have to really take your time in making sure that you have plenty of control of that area, and you have to be very opportunistic. Like, any small advantage will help, but you still have to be super, super patient. We do see them start to break back into mid. It's a big scrap as the crab comes out, but the machine has their booyah, and the slosher has their tri-strikes, but the machine goes down, and so do 3 other members of Bet, leaving just the slosher again. This is the 3rd time this match has happened, and it's not looking good for them, as Draconic is going to be gearing up for yet another push.
Yeah, so much of this map is just painted in Draconic's color, and this is exactly the advantage of the splatter scope that you were talking about. Just the sightlines on such an open map are just so good for a scope charger, especially when we live in a world where Ninja Squid is a little bit easier to see now due to the new balance changes. But Draconic is just set up for success. They're not even trying to break the basket. They just have a crab there to patrol the area as best as they can, and now they finally break the basket. Now they get even more clams in. They're pushing it down into the 20s, and the E-Leader still has a few more should they be able to make it there. Getting it down to 24 is just a devastating push, and Bet is 3 dead. 3 dead, and 3 more clams come in. It's down to 15. It's just the machine off the respawn, and Draconic is still in Bet's walls. They just need 2 more clams and they get the knockout here. And the splatter scope has 2 clams, but they die right before they're able to get it in. 3, one more clam, and they get it. Draconic getting game 2 of the set.
I'm wondering what happened. Was it a change in mental, or was it really that Charger just had such a massive disadvantage when there was no long range on the other team? Other than that, like, what a dominant show of force from Draconic there, making sure that Bet knows that none of these games might not be as close as they think they'll be, and they're really going to have to fight if they want to make sure that they can take this reverse sweep, because that is what they're going to have to do now if they want to continue to grand finals.
Yeah, Bet is down 2-0 in this best of 5. It's first of 3 wins, and Draconic is already well on their way, and I just can't believe how well they were able to. I feel like it was just mostly the amount of momentum you get from just bringing a team from, like, just bringing your zone total all the way down to 2 versus the team that got it to 3 in an opening push. Draconic had a lot of momentum on their side coming out of game 1, and they capitalized it by stomping on Bet in game 2. And now Bet is going to have to try and get some revenge and get a win under the belt on Tower Control Hagglefish Markets.
Yeah, another really good map that I definitely think you're gonna see a Charger on, and I'm wondering if Bet has learned their lesson maybe and are gonna bring out their leader again just to counter that range that other the splatter scope had. What are you thinking they might bring out?
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking the leader is a strong pick, and I think this map actually works pretty solid for what Bet likes to do. We did see the machine in both games, and we saw the bucket. It's clear that Bet likes to be able to hit over ledges, and being able to hit over that tent on Hagglefish Market is so crucial, especially since you know Draconic is probably going to be running that E-Leader on this map. And being able to get the E-Leader out of the way just opens up so many new opportunities for your team to push in, because E-Leader on 10 on this map, I know it's kind of just a meme and a bit of a staple, but it truly is just so constricting on how you can move around the map and just how you can even approach the current game state. So maybe the bucket power of Bet will be able to dethrone the leader a bit, and maybe they'll be able to get some miles out of their own leader should they choose to use it.
I wouldn't exactly bet on Bandit on the side of Draconic running that E-Leader, because they did opt to run the splatter scope next time, or in that last game, and Vacuum does have a solid niche. It's on Tower Control, it acts sort of like a bubble, but I guess we'll see as the game is right about to start.
Yeah, the clock just hit 0 and teams are going to be readying up, and here we go. Game 3. This is match point for Draconic. If they win this game, they win the set and they move on to winner side of grand finals. Bet has to win the next 3 games to keep themselves into the winner side of the bracket. And we do see Draconic go back to that E-Leader, and we see Bet go back to their own E-Leader, and we're back to the same comps that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, we're going to really see if that machine and the ability of Bet to hit over ledges and take advantage of terrain more is going to help them take the game win. But right now it is just scrapping mid as crabs are getting charged and getting popped almost immediately on both sides.
Gotta love this meta, and we do see the splash from Bet go down pretty quickly in just the first 20 seconds, and already Draconic has that 10 attack on that tower, and they have that tower special charge. The machine from Bet goes down too, and now Draconic is getting really close to this first checkpoint, and this first checkpoint in Hagovich actually means quite a bit because of how far along it is, but there is that defense mechanism in those battlements, and here come the tri-strikes, but Draconic is able to just barely break past checkpoint 1 before they're forced to move off the tower. And now they still have control, and they're moving it even further past the 50-point mark. And Bet just has not really had any answer to stop this. Draconic's just been marching forward. The Tentatek gets a nice pick on the sloshing machine on the side of Bet, and Draconic's already passed the second checkpoint in just a minute.
So much confidence from the side of Draconic. They are not backing down for anything, even if they go 2 down, 3 down. It looks like they're still trying to make something of it. This is probably going to be the end of the push for a while, but I doubt that we're going to see them completely back off and switch to defense mode as Bet all comes back out and is starting to recuperate a little bit.
Yeah, Bet is coming back from spawn. They have a few specials, but right as I say that, the machine goes down while holding Booyah. Not quite able to get the value out of they wanted to, and Machine is going to have to get all the way up to 220 points. They want to get that Booyah back, but Bet's Splash-O-Matic is able to get that nice kill on the 10 attack splatter shot on the side of Draconic, and now Bet is on the tower with the Crab. Crab being popped a little earlier than I expected after the tri-strikes, but the Crab is able to get 2 clutch kills, including that E-Leader, and once again getting that E-Leader on Hagovich Market just opens up so many ways you can move. And now it's Bet's turn to make a good push as they've broken back past the first checkpoint, and they now have that E-Leader riding that tower, but Draconic is throwing those tri-strikes just trying to get the E-Leader off, and they're able to do it. It's just 2 left on Bet versus the 3 on Draconic, and I don't know if Bet's going to be able to make it much further than 41.
Yeah, Lucina on the splash and on that Crab was in their walls for such a long time, and we saw them still just trying to make sure that nobody was left out left on their side before Draconic starts to push up again. One does go down, and we do see a few specials on their side. All of them are going to get popped right about here as they just try to take back mid and start to gear up for another push, because they had quite a scare there. If they hadn't stopped it as soon as they did, it could have been bad.
Yeah, all this action, and we still have a whole half of the game to go. We're over 2 minutes left, and now Bet has control of the tower once again, but they just hop off it just as quickly. Draconic is trying to set up for defense, trying to make sure that this tower cannot get past mid, because the longer they delay Bet's pushes, the harder Bet's pushes will be down the line with the pressure of time. The Splash-O-Matic is trying not to be found right here. The leader does have the eyesight on him, but the Splash is trying to keep them away, and while it's happening, the rest of Draconic's team is able to just force Bet off the tower. That's a jump out on the side of Bet as well, and the 10 attack gets picked off as well, and now Bet's push is kind of fizzled out. Draconic having such great defense and presence of mind, and once again, Draconic has a lot of this map painted, and are trying to make a push of their own.
Ooh, that was a nice pick from the Crab over there on Straw Hat, which is the machine, I believe, and that just gets them. It starts to get them staggered, and it starts to get them panicked, because now all of their offensive force is going down, and they're really going to have to rely on their remaining team members to survive. But the E-Leader is getting pressured and ends up going down to a tri-strike as they end up dropping. Once again, Draconic was in their walls. They were getting on the bats and really making sure that they're not comfortable anywhere in their base. And unfortunately, 3 go down on the side of Draconic. That is going to be a staggered wipe. But once again, they got all the way to 17. And it's going to take a lot for Bet to be able to take it back in the last final minute of this game.
As you said, Bet is going to have to make the long journey all the way down to 16 points, and they have about 45 seconds to do so. They have some specials online, but the T-Tech gets picked off as soon as I say that, and now Bet is going to have to play without those tri-strikes for a little bit longer. The Crab gets popped pretty early, trying to open something up, but just as soon as it gets popped, it gets shredded immediately, and the splash goes down for it. And now Bet does not have a lot of time. They're 2 dead. Draconic has the man advantage. They can afford to stay on tower. They can afford to have that special charge just a little bit. The E-Leader has the Wave Breaker. The 10 attack has the strikes. So crucial for defending this tower. There's about 10 seconds left in this game, and Bet is going to have to make a miracle happen if they want to stay in this set. We do see the Splash-O-Matic getting on that tower, trying to get some control, but the strikes are online, and they're going to be thrown at the tower to clear Bet off. There's still some players by it though, but that's not going to be enough. And Draconic taking winners finals 3-0.
Definitely had a bit of a scare there in the first game, especially they almost got just completely locked out in that one first push in Inkblot zones. and they saw that and they got scared and they decided we're not gonna deal with that anymore. We're just gonna really coast along and take this set 3-0. And that's gonna land them a place in grand finals. And now we're gonna be moving on to losers finals right after this.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Squid Junction 36. My name is Broken Pinky, I'm joined here with Weef, and here we are in the losers quarterfinals, which is going to be Prelude versus 2EU and 2NA. Now Weef, what do you think of the set that we're going to have unfolding right in front of us?
Well, it's definitely going to be losers quarters and not losers finals. I know how double elim works. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm excited. We saw the 2EU 2NA back a few rounds ago on stream, and they put up a pretty good performance, even though they did end up losing out, I believe, if I'm correct. But like I said, it was far from close or anything. So I think they definitely still have a very strong chance of taking it to the next round here, and we're getting right into it already.
Getting right into things right now. Splatzone's Brinewater Springs. This is going to be losers quarterfinals. This is going to be a best of 3 set as well, and the loser of this set will be out at 5th, so you know both of these teams really want to get that leg up. But already we're seeing two very similar comps. We see one side, which is going to be 2EU 2NA, running that double splash, sort of being heralded as, the meta trend, versus Prelude is going to be opting to switch one of those splashes for a 52 gal, and I think this is a map where having that wall on 52 gal is going to be really nice, but it is 2EU 2NA with the man advantage and with the first cap of the zone, and they already have 2 crabs online, which is going to make things so hard for Prelude to approach zone while they're still out.
Yeah. That 52 was fighting for his life over there, making sure, trying to survive as long as they could. But they did go down in the end, and that means that it is going to be 2EU and 2NA's game over there, as they had a big opening there to make sure that they get as many points as possible. It's down to 50 right now, and it looks like Prelude is starting to get back on their feet with Crab coming out. Their Eaters online watching all that side of the stage. We do see people start going down on the side of 2 and 2. And it's anyone's game right now, as Prelude is really trying to get that zone cap right now.
I like that abbreviation, 2 and 2. I like that. But yeah, it looks like 2 and 2 is going to still have this zone. But you get down to 30 points already. It's just been barely over a minute. But Prelude has not really been able to respond. The T-Tech from Prelude just gets 2v1 immediately and gets taken out. And now 2 and 2 are in real danger of just knocking things out right here in just a minute and a half. Here come those tri-strikes to just really push Prelude away from the zone. And Prelude has about 5 seconds to retake the zone, but they are able to stall it. And they are able to retake it. And now there's a hefty penalty on the side of 2EU 2NA. And Prelude gets 2 down as well. Things are looking very solid for them right now.
Yeah, this is almost exactly what we saw with the first game of that last set, where it was down to the wire, and then the other team got their footing, and it looks like they're going to be set up here for a really long time. This is a massive spot for that E leader to be in, as they can just watch almost every single angle of entry from 2EU and 2NA there. They did end up opt out backing out as some of the specials are coming online just to save their life, as a backliner's #1 priority is always staying alive.
Yeah, exactly, but unfortunately that was not able to happen for Prelude, as they do get wiped out. But I mean, just going back into that last set with Draconic versus Hex, or Draconic versus Bet, a wise coach of mine once said that, Brinewater Springs is like evil Inkblot, so we might see much of the same here in this set. But right now, it is 2EU 2NA with a lot of control here, having control of that zone. That Splashmatic's just trying to stay alive and just annoy that E leader on the side of Prelude as much as possible. Here come the tri-strikes from the Tenatech, just trying to get some picks. Both Tenatechs are down right now, though. It's 3 versus 3, and now Prelude's going to try and move in the zone, but one of them moves a little too hastily, gets picked off by the splash. It's still 3 versus 3, and 2EU 2NA still has control. Now it's 2 versus 2, though. The T-Tech is a nice pick on the splash on the side of 2EU 2NA, and now Prelude does not have much time at all. They've got 10 seconds before this game ends via knockout. They have to just move in with all they can, and with those tri-strikes, it was just enough to get that cap for now.
Oh wow, it looked like they were really taking their sweet time, charging special instead of diving headfirst at the zone, but it seemed to be the right play there, as it bought them just a little bit more time to get in instead of maybe risking going down and sealing the deal. But it's looking about even right now, even though 2 and 2 is starting to take the zone back, they are equal in man advantage, and Prelude actually gets a pick over there on the T-Tech with the 52. Or that's actually the splash. 2 go down on the side of 2 and 2, which means that they're going to start to move forward, except for the fact that 2 went down on their side as well.
Yeah, this E leader on Brinewater Springs that 2EU 2NA has been using has just been getting so much value, on such a flat and small map. You really can reach just about anywhere, but now Prelude has their crab up, trying to really put pressure on 2 and 2, and they are able to get this zone back, and This zone has been flipping back and forth constantly for the last 2 minutes, but now moving into the last minute of the match, it's Prelude with control and needing to get that lead back. 2 down on the side of 2 and 2. It's just the splash and the T-Tech, but that splash is holding Crab, and we know how a Crab can turn the tables if played well. So it's going to be up to see how Prelude can keep up their aggression, and they're going to use that aggression to get 2 dead, 3 dead on the side of 2 and 2. It's just the T-Tech left with strikes, and Prelude is getting very close to getting this lead from 2 and 2.
Yeah, the clock is ticking. They have about 15 seconds left to get anything out, but they are all the way. This is what Brightwater is known for. You can get all the way up in their base and really, really stop them from going anywhere. 10, 9, there's so few time left on the clock, and it looks like that even though the Tri-Strikes are trying to go out, it wasn't enough, and Prelude takes the game.
Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing double from that set with Draconic and Bet. Pretty much the exact same thing happened here, and Prelude just able to steal a nice game 1, get a nice comeback here on Brightwater Springs, and we're going to be moving on to game 2 here on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy.
From Evil Inkblot onto actual Inkblot. It's a really classic mode here, and I'm guessing we're still gonna, like I said in that first Inkblot game, the Splatoon game, I don't think we're gonna see any movement off of those E-leaders. We saw in the last set where when one person switched off of their charger and gave up some of that range for maybe a little bit more aggression, it ended up really badly as they just didn't have anything to stop the other team from moving in, really. That's the risk reward of running an Ankylos comp here, but I definitely do think we will see both of the E-leaders come out again. What about you, Pinky?
Yeah, I mean, E-Leader is just so strong on Inkblot Art Academy. You know, it's a pretty flat map, and especially if you get control, you can set up on those stack areas to really just support that tower push, and even just be the charger that rides the tower. It can just be very hard to stop, and I mean, for Prelude, I can imagine they just would want to take as few risks as possible because they are at set point here. Once again, this is a best of 3 sets, so each team only needs to get 2 wins to come out on top, and Prelude really wants to end things here at 2-0 and just move on through the bracket and knock out 2 and 2 at 5th. So we're gonna see how things sort of change. I mean, I do definitely anticipate we will probably see each team running a leader, a splash, a 10 attack, and then the 4th is pretty flexible. You might see a second splash, you might see a sloshing machine to take advantage of those ledges on the stage. You might even see a 52 gal with that nice walling and that whaling potential. A lot could really happen in that 4th slot, but I think those first 3 are gonna be pretty static here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. We're gonna be getting into it soon, but yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting. We're gonna see if they're gonna be able to follow up in Draconic's footsteps and go from an extremely tight game 1 to just a total sweep here.
It's hard to not mention Draconic every time, and I apologize for doing that, but it really is just amazing that set.
That was a great set. That was a great set.
It's a really good set, and I mean, Draconic earned the win. They're in Grand Finals right now, and both of these teams are fighting for the chance to make it all the way to Grand Finals themselves. And while it will be one heck of a journey, that journey could start right now. So anything can happen. We just have one last person to ready up, and we'll be getting right into things here at game 2 of the set. I was hoping to predict the future, but with that timing, maybe
you're not gonna get it.
I'm trying my best. Look, I'm trying for what I can get.
You get nothing. Is
Thanks.
What you get.
Thanks,
we might
Brokey.
see. They might be discussing right now. I'm just waiting for the timer to run down, but that's gonna be here in about 5 seconds. Oh, never mind. Now I was wrong. Eating my words here.
Maybe they were listening to us, just trying to make us wrong any way they could. You could never understand, but we're getting right into things.
We do see 1 E-leader and 2 E-leaders. Looks like they're sticking with their guns and staying with the same comps here.
Yeah, I mean, that does make sense. It does. You would want to stick with what makes you comfortable, and both of these teams are certainly opting to do that. We do see one already charging specials on the side of 2 and 2. Just knowing how powerful these specials are on this stage, and the splash already has the crab. 2 and 2 are going to be the first to pop a special, being that crab fairly early, but the 52 is going to wail right back. Not the crab, but to win that 1v1 on the right side of the map. And Prelude is at an early numbers advantage, and we saw what numbers advantage could do last game, so maybe Prelude could use this to convert, getting someone on the tower. And right as I say that, here comes the E-leader on that tower, trying to move forward, and the rest of Prelude is trying to move ahead and keep that tower safe.
Yeah, no, they're riding momentum from the last game. and really making sure that they can get up on the plat super fast. It's going to be a hard win, though, as 2 of them go down, and 3 of them go down. That's probably going to put their push pretty dead, actually.
Yeah, Prelude not quite able to get the push that they wanted, only getting to 59, but breaking that first checkpoint is still nothing to scoff at. You know, it can be so hard, but nice snipe from that E leader on the side of 2 and 2, but coming right back, Prelude's leader kills them, and the leader is still alive, but there's a crowd on the side of 2 and 2 doing a lot of damage on Prelude's team. It's just the leader and the respawning T-Tech. Here comes the splash into 52, though, trying to regain some control, but now 2 and 2 are at that checkpoint, and they have a lot of specials in front of that tower, and they're going to use them to break that first checkpoint, and now they're going to be hunting after that lead, and more importantly, the KO. But they're stopped at 61. There's only 2 of them left, and they're forced to run away from the tower. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but Prelude executing a beautiful defense and able to hold on to the lead just a little bit longer, and now they're going to try and launch a counter push of their own.
Yeah, it's been so fast, super fast paced so far with who's taking and who's. It's been hard to keep track of who is going down and who's making sure that they're starting to get their pushes, and so many specials going out. But the tri-strikes, like I mentioned, are right here. And we see the splash go for the leader there, not quite able to get the push, but really going for it. Because if you can get that leader down, that is huge. We're seeing the splash and the T-Tech get in a little scuffle, but the rest of 2 and 2 are going to collapse on them and make sure that that push, once again, is going to be dead in the water with very little progress made.
Yeah, I cannot give enough props to 2 and 2's leader, putting Wavebreaker in such an annoying spot for the splash, and that Wavebreaker really helped the Tenatech on the side of 2 and 2 win that 1v1. And now 2 and 2 is going to be using those tri-strikes, going to be using that crab, trying to break open a hole for themselves. The 52 is kind of locked in that lower left area. The T-Tech is going to try and find it, but they get picked off at a splash before they can do it. Some beautiful bait and punish on the side of Prelude, and that's going to be a wipeout on the side of 2 and 2. And Prelude is in control of this tower again, and it's just been a back and forth slugfest for the first 3 minutes of this match.
Yeah, no, getting that wipeout is absolutely massive, and we might actually see them get set up enough for the first checkpoint to be broken. We do see a crab, which I believe probably was popped on tower, and a bunch of their other specials coming out, which means that it is going to be a while before this push is over. Even though the 2 are down, they're still there and still ready, and they might be getting jumps in, potentially, but that is a great push, and that first checkpoint is down, which really opens up the floodgates, because that is a very hard checkpoint to get through, as we saw. Both teams struggled with that for almost 3 minutes straight, just trying to get that first check.
That second checkpoint is kind of that first bastion when you're just really deep into enemy territory, and Prelude is just opting to take it and run with it. The 52 able to get that nice pick onto that Tenatech splatter shot. Very well done by Prelude, just not taking any unnecessary risks, but 2 of them do get marked by the mines, and that could be a good opening for 2EU, 2NA. You know, they know exactly where they are, but the mine their location wears out, but this 52 is getting caught in a pretty awkward spot. All of Prelude is being forced to retreat, but it doesn't seem to be doing much because the tower is just so far away from Prelude's side, and Prelude has all the specials in the world to defend it, and just like that, 2 are dead from the side of 2 and 2, and Prelude has controlled this tower once again.
With a minute left on the clock, they're looking to be a bit more defensively minded. They're not moving up nearly as fast as they were, because it's not life or death if they get more points. It's life or death if they wipe out and ended up like getting pushed back onto their plat and forcing overtime. And over here we see they still are just going to be able to hold the tower in a spot that is pretty disadvantageous for 2EU and 2NA, and getting that passive special charge all along the way. We do see specials coming out, but they don't quite have the man advantage, even though they are up in time. The crab does go out, and 2 do go down on the side of Prelude, which means that it is going to be time for 2EU and 2NA to start thinking about trying to get this game.
Yeah, 2EU, 2NA has this 1 push left. We're going to be going into overtime here in 5 seconds. The Splash-O-Matic is going to be battling in those battlements, just trying to get that pick and defend the tower as best they can. But the Charger goes down on the side of 2 and 2, as is the 52 on Prelude. It's 3 versus 3, but 2 and 2 definitely has the much important members alive. But right as I say it, it's T-Tech versus Splash versus T-Tech versus Splash, and it's not going to be enough for 2 and 2. And Prelude going to be taking the set over them 2-0.
Yeah, if that push wasn't in overtime, we could have seen something very different, because it wasn't ended by all the members going down. Their push was ended because they just weren't on the tower long enough to sustain that push long enough for overtime to kick in. But that does mean that Prelude 2-0s to EU and 2NA, and does end up making taking the set, I believe.
Yeah, Prelude is going to win 2-0, going to be moving on to the losers semifinals. 2EU, 2NA, remarkable run. Unfortunately, it's going to be ending here at 5th, but I mean, a not credit cannot be given to them. They got the same place as Yessub with a sub. I mean, that's definitely not anything to sneeze at, but it's going to be Prelude moving on in this bracket to loser semifinals, and they're going to be facing off against Full Send after a quick break, I believe. So make sure not to go anywhere because this Splatoon action is going to be here to stay.
Welcome back to Squid Junction. We are here with losers semifinals because I know how. Once again, I know how double elim works. I'm Weef and I'm here with Pinky, and we are going to be seeing Full Send versus Prelude.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Prelude once again after getting that nice 2-0 over 2EU and 2NA. But they're going to be going up against Full Send here in loser semifinals. Once again, this is a best of 3 set. And the loser of the set this time is going to be getting 4th place. So, I mean, both these teams really would like to move on further in the bracket, but they're going to have to get through each other first. We're seeing the Nautilus come out on the side of, I believe, Full Send, as well as the Machine, as opposed to the E-Liter and the 52 Gal on the side of Prelude. These are some very interesting comps, and we're going to be taking things off right here on Museum Zones.
Yeah. Not is definitely not something you see every day. Get it? Not. Anyway, but it definitely got nerfed, or not nerfed, it got buffed in a major way recently, basically giving it what it had with MPU in Splatoon 2, which means that I think we're going to be seeing it more often. This team is definitely going to be testing that out and seeing if it is a counter to Crab, like a lot of people will say it is. Interestingly, we see 2 and 3, and that is a delayed wipe on the side of Full Send already, and so we're not going to be able to see that not action for just a little bit, as Prelude is going to be trying to dominate them and make sure that they get up into their plat and make sure this is a push to remember.
Yeah, Prelude has a lot of momentum on them after they just won their previous set, and they're carrying it far. And this T-Tech on the side of Prelude is just not letting up. These Tri-Strikes are coming in the side of Full Send. Prelude is going Full Send with these Tri-Strikes. It's insane. The E-Liter is holding the special, and now the Splash has the Crab, and things are looking to get bad to worse for Full Send. There's only 25 points left for them to get back into zone, and they're just all locked in the farthest portion of their plat. We just see the Tech trying to break away. They have about 10 seconds to cap the zone. They get the pick on the leader, but they get immediately spotted and called out for it. That's going to be 3 dead. It's going to be just the Machine going down, and game 1 very dominantly going to Prelude.
Is it just me, or am I getting deja vu from a game earlier in this Squid Junction, where a Museum Splatzones game was taken out in less than a few minutes, like in one push? This is the second time we've seen that, and we're definitely seeing Prelude ride their momentum from that last set, and they are feeling really, really good right now.
They're playing hot. They're just going for it. Not afraid of anything. That's how you know a team is in, is when they're just willing to go just full aggression, even with a more balanced comp, but just that Tenatech getting so many key picks in that opening team fight, and Prelude was able to just confirm that into a ton of momentum, and now they're at set point here against Full Send. As I said before, best of 3, first team to 2 wins, and now Full Send is going to try and get that comeback on Rainmaker Scorched Gorge. Yeah,
for a second there in that match, we saw Full Send just stuck right outside of their spawn. And that's one of the problems that Museum Zones has, is that you just can't back out once you take that drop. And so if you want to rotate around right, you have to either jump all the way back or just commit to going out onto plat where a lot of the enemies probably are. Which is interesting of them to not even include a sponge there, considering they love including sponges to make sure you're able to backtrack properly. Just a odd design choice on the side of on Museum's layouts.
Yeah, but there's no sponges to retreat on Scorched Gorge, which is going to be where we're going next. You just kind of have that ramp, and I think Scorch is a pretty interesting Rainmaker map. We saw it a bit earlier on Clamblitz, but Rainmaker has a lot of the same challenges with, you really are kind of localized onto that ramp on that far right side map, and that is very far away. Obviously, with a tacticooler and the right team comp and right conditions, you could be going through that graded left route, but it is very risky and very unlikely to work against a prepared team. So we're going to be getting right into things here. This is going to be game 2 of loser semifinals. Full Send versus Prelude. Prelude being at match point, and we're going to be seeing these comps here on Rainmaker Scorched Gorge. We're seeing the Nautilus here to stay as long as the Vanilla Slosher on the side of Full Send, and Prelude is not opting to change their comp whatsoever. They know it works, and they're going to keep doing it.
Yeah, there's, especially if you're on such a hot winning streak, there's no reason to change up what you're doing if it's working. But Full Send is going to see if this comp is going to work out a little bit better, especially on a mode where aggression can be more favored. But they are going to struggle with the lack of range that they have compared to Prelude, and already go 2-3 down. They get almost fully wiped, all but the Nautilus, and they are going that risky left route that we were talking about because it did appear to be clear. But the Nautilus gets a few kills there and makes sure that Prelude's push is dead in the water.
Yeah, Nautilus may be a force shot, but it is just so good at shredding people with just its insane bullet velocity. And now things are at a bit of a stalemate, but definitely in the favor of Prelude. They just have so much mid control, and Full Send don't really feel safe to approach. Here comes that Trizuka from the Vanilla Splatter shot that we're seeing from Full Send as opposed to the 10 attack, but Well, actually, as soon as I say that, Full Send gets the pop, and they're able to get 2 down inside of Prelude, including their backline. And now this is a great opportunity for them to push forward. They seem to have opted to have their Splash be their Rainmaker carry, which I think is an interesting choice because that means there's no Crab on this push. But they might have not even need it, and they get through the first checkpoint relatively easily. And now it looks like their push is going to end, but still a very strong, solid first push on the side of Full Send.
Prelude came out really, really confidently there, getting a major advantage. But as soon as that knot said, no, you're not, you're taking the left route, and I don't think so today, they are shaken up, it seems, and are struggling to get back on their feet after that checkpoint break.
Yeah, here comes that bucket jumping out, but going back to Plat just to make sure that they can still be useful for their team. Getting very close to those tri-strikes, which is so good for displacement, and they just throw them immediately, trying to get Prelude out of their way and trying to get another strong push. They no longer have the encumberment of that checkpoint in their way. They can just move full speed ahead, but the tri-strikes on Prelude are going to be trying to delay it a little bit longer. It's going to be 3 versus 3 on both of these teams, but 2 go down to the side of Prelude. Beautiful plays by the aggressive players, being the Nautilus and the Splatter Shot, but the bucket gets picked off by the E-Leader while holding the Rainmaker. But Full Send is able to get a very quick pop and just push it even further. That full pass was just painted yellow, and they were able to get it all the way down to 32.
Full Send says, Full Send! We're gonna take this and we're gonna run it as far as it can, just getting a few more points. Oh my god! They were still there. That is why you never leave the Rainmaker unattended, as they were able to push it all the way to 14 after a very, very cheeky little, sneaky little play there. Wow.
Full Send living up to their name. They're going Full Send with this Rainmaker push, and there's only 2 minutes to go for Prelude to get all the way down to 13. And the E-Leader pick is going to be a good way to start that. You know, Prelude does have the numbers advantage. It's just going to be the Slosher alive for Full Send. And now that leader is going to be carrying that Rainmaker and going to be going for that first checkpoint. Will they be able to break it, though, with all those bombs in the way? It looks like they're going to be able to break it, and that's going to be 2 dead on the side of Full Send. And this is going to be Prelude's chance to just get something really strong going. Once again, that E-Leader is going to be picking up the Rainmaker. Here come the Tri-Strikes and the Whale trying to clear a path for the Rainmaker to run forward. But the bounce play on the side of Full Send is going to be a little problematic here. Prelude is going to be moving forward, but they're going to get stopped at 16. The Crab's going to be there for the Rainmaker, but the Crab runs out before they can start shooting at the Rainmaker and starting to pop. But Prelude has the extra DPS a little bit. The Splash picks it up and pushes it down to 11. They get the lead back from Full Send. And now, Full Send, they get the wipeout, but there's only a minute left in this match. And now, Full Send has to get all the way back there again, but go even further.
Something that's really, really interesting about this map that we saw there is that it's kind of hard to get past that first checkpoint because you're going uphill, but once you get there, it is an uphill battle on the side of defense. You're going to have to shoot against enemies that might have high ground against you and that have pretty good angles. And we see Prelude go 3 down. That is a full wipe and a KO from Full Send.
My goodness!
What a game!
What an intense, just scrap fest back and forth. You know, Full Send, you know, got knocked down a little bit of that game 1, and they got knocked down a little bit to start things off, but it was just a slugfest after the first minute of this match, and Full Send is going to come out victorious, and we're now heading into a Game 3 scenario. Both teams are at 1 win apiece, and they need that second win to be able to move on. Winner take all, and we're going to be going to Splatoon's Mako Mart. What do you think of this stage?
Splatoon's Mako Mart is a map where I think you can make a lot of things work. The bucket that we've seen come out from, I believe, Full Send in a few games ago is going to be valuable here because there's so many ledges that you can use, and you can just use that fall-off damage that has to your advantage here. Tri-Strikers are going to be good, Crab's going to be good, E-Leaders are going to be good. Like I said, a lot can work on this stage. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Splatoon's Mako Mart is just seen as a stage where a lot of stuff works out. It's not quite the true neutral that a lot of people say Inkblot Art Academy is, but you're hard pressed to find a functional weapon in this game that does not work well on Mako Mart. You know, there's just a little bit of something for everyone. You have those nice areas of cover for short range players to flank through. A lot of open area for Sharkers to sit and just be good ambush weapons. A lot of ledges for AoE weapons to poke over and under, and a lot of good sight lines for chargers. And I feel like Mako Mart is one of those maps that really just tests and challenges your fundamentals and your mechanics. It's going to be given to the team that is just a little more mechanically strong and a little more coordinated together.
It's a vanilla map. Like it's as plain as about as basic as you can get, but who doesn't like a little bit of vanilla now and then? We are gonna get into it quite soon, and I'm excited to see what these guys are gonna pull out. I do believe Prelude's gonna stick with their guns, though. Yet again, they have really shown no signs of wavering, but after that loss, they might be a bit shaken up.
Yeah, but Full Send has been no stranger to changing up their comp, and they're gonna do it yet again, going to that Splash-O-Matic instead of that splatter shot. And Prelude is gonna be just sticking with the same old. It's been working for them up until now to bracket, and now they're gonna see if they can make it work for them once again and win this set and move on through the losers bracket. And
We immediately saw that splash charging for their crab. Just a classic in this meta. We're starting to see just kills being traded out over and over again. Prelude, though, is going to start out at a slight disadvantage as they go 3 down, and Full Send gets the first cap.
Yeah, and now this is a very dangerous situation. Yeah, just the tiniest patch of ink that the Nautilus is hiding in. Very creative endeavors on the side of Full Send, but it's working out for them. But this is one of the issues some people have with Mako Mart, which is in order to get the mid, you have to make a drop. And while you're making that drop, you can actually be pretty exposed and vulnerable to a prepared team. But Prelude is able to just turn that advantage on its head, get some quick cap on that zone. The splash is going to go down to the Wavebreaker on the side of Prelude as well. And Prelude might just turn a bad situation into a winning one. That's going to be 2 down on the side of Full Send. The Splash-O-Matic is on low ground, but aren't able to win that 1v1. But probably going to... No, they actually get the 52 count. Very nice assist from that teammate. And they get the triple as well. This Splash-O-Matic on the side of Full Send is going absolutely insane. And it looks like they're going to be able to stop Prelude from getting the lead out from under them. They just need this cap on the zone, and they get it.
Yeah. We saw Crab go out there from one of the splashes, and the other splash has their gravity, so they're going to make sure that they can hold this for as long as they can. Try to get, they got scarily close to losing the lead there, but they're going to make sure that they are going to widen that gap and make sure it's going to be hard for Prelude to take it back. We're seeing the Crab, like I said, go out, and the Crab on the side of Prelude goes out and immediately down. The Wavebreaker gets thrown out, and the 52 is going to be trying to contest. There's just specials going out everywhere, which leads to Prelude taking the zone yet again, but they don't quite have the control that they need to make a sustained push just quite yet.
Yeah, and as you say that Tenatech was trying to get exactly that, and they go down on the stack for Full Send just for their troubles. And now Full Send already has controlled the zone back. I'd imagine they would want to push this much further down than 42, ideally getting that knockout, leaving nothing to chance, but Full Send still has the advantage here. They have the man advantage up. It's actually, as I said, it's going to be 3 versus 3, but the splash is going to be out of the Crab on the side of Prelude, and now this machine has that high ground to be raining down those AoE shots. This Splash-O-Matic is going to be trying to find the pick off of Tenatech, but it's going to get behind them. One of the Splash-O-Matics on Full Send goes down, but Full Send through their penalty well through it, and they're down in the 20s, getting scarily close to getting this knockout. But the Splash-O-Matic on the side of Full Send is going to get stuck by the Tri-Strikes and get picked up by the Tenatech, but Full Send still has control of the zone, and Prelude only has about 10 seconds to respond to this because of how fast the zone timer ticks down. There's just going to be a scrap fest in the middle, but Prelude is able to get that cap with just 2 minutes to go.
They get the wipe as well, which means that they're setting themselves up for a long-lasting push. We see Pulp on that leader there get set up on the enemy stack, which means that they're going to be able to watch almost every angle that the enemy team would come out from and make sure that they're going to have to think very, very carefully about where they drop. They do have the Wavebreaker, and the Booyah Bomb displaces them a little bit, but they're still there, and they're still going to be able to have some good amount of control. As the one goes down on the side of Full Send, they do have a bit of a sustained push here going on, as the picks coming out from the leader, 2 down on both sides here. It's anyone's game right now, and we're hopefully Full Send may be able to make a recovery here.
Yeah, but we've seen a lot of zones comebacks already in this tournament, and it looks like Prelude is on the own is doing one of their own. There's the lead for the side of Prelude, and they're getting close to this knockout 2-1, and that's going to be it.
You saw right at the end there, the zone counter was just, look how painted that was. It was up to a few more seconds. Wow, what a close game.
We've seen a lot of zones comebacks, and Prelude is just showing their dominance. You know, they know splat zones, and they know it well, and that knowledge and that team coordination is going to be what wins them the set 2-1 over Full Send. Commendable effort by Full Send, you know, getting all the way this late in the bracket, but their run is going to end here at 4th place. And Prelude, I hope you guys aren't tired of seeing them, because we're going to be seeing them once again in Losers Finals the very next set we do. Prelude is officially in the top 3 of this tournament.
Well, yeah, we'll see you then. Very exciting to look forward to.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Squid Junction. My name is Broken Pinky, I'm joined here with Weef, and here we are in the losers finals of Squid Junction. We have a Prelude versus Bet. Prelude we've been seeing for the last few sets just absolutely on a tear, having some insane momentum on their side, versus Bet, who made it all the way to winners finals, couldn't quite come up against Draconic and are now fighting for a chance at the rematch. Weef, how excited are you for this? Because I'm pumped.
I'm also very pumped. These are two very, very formidable teams. We've gotten to know Prelude really, really well over these last two rounds. And so I'm excited to see more from them. I'm excited to see if they ever actually decide to switch up their comp, or if they're just not really feeling it tonight. If they're really, really comfortable with where they are. But we should be going into it shortly on Splatoon's Hagglefish. Now, Prelude has been running that leader, and I don't expect that to change here with such a backline heavy map. What are your thoughts as we go right into it?
I don't think anything in the world could get Prelude off their comp. A meteor could land and they would still shoot it with their crab and their whale. And here we go, right into the set. We do see a leader on the side of Bet, and here comes Prelude with their standard comp, T-Tech Splash, leader 52, against T-Tech Splash, leader and Machine. Two very similar comps, two very similar, meta philosophies, and we're gonna see which one comes out on top. But Prelude gets the first cap of the zone, and Bet is already contesting it. That first cap of the zone doesn't matter a ton, but that first team fight certainly does. And both these teams really want to get that first leg on the other. Here comes the Tri-Strikes coming out to shred the crab, and Prelude gets the first pick of the game. But now here comes Bet's own specials. The Tri-Strikes and the Guia Bomb are able to get the cap. The Machine trades 1 for 1, but Bet has the man advantage right now, and it looks like they're going to be able to push a little bit ahead of zone.
Yeah, well, they actually, they are trying to conserve their energy right now and conserve some of their resources for a longer push later on, it seems, because they decided not to push up and instead to opt to play more safe. But that does lead to them going 3 down with only that crab back, and they do get a delayed wipe there. It's only going to be their E-Leader coming back out real soon, with a few more following suit after, but this gives Prelude plenty of time to charge their specials and get into positions where it's going to be really hard for Bet to move them out.
Yeah, Prelude just has a lot of control right now. They're pushing that zone count well into the 40s, and they're probably going to get below it very soon, and Bet is going to be forced to respond. It can be kind of easy to get locked out here on Hagglefish, especially when you have all these specials coming after you. The raise from the killer whale is just so obnoxious, and already Prelude has this point total down to 20. Here comes the crab on the side of Bet, just trying to make something happen. Are able to neutralize the zone a little bit, but they have to take it to get that penalty. The crab is able to get 1 pick, but the zone count is getting even further. Nice snipe from the E-Leader on the side of Prelude, and now Bet is just desperately trying to get this cap on the zone. They need this cap here right now, and they get it. So crucial, but they have such a hill to climb to get the lead from Prelude.
Something is in the internet that's making these teams take these zones matches down to the very last wire, but we're always happy to see it. Right now, Bet is starting to go down a bit. Their push that they so valiantly were able to get started is beginning to fizzle out as 2 members go down and 1 member jumps out, and leaving just that splash there on the tent. And Prelude has some of their special charge. This crab coming out is going to make it very difficult for them to get back if they didn't get sniped by Salt on that trusty leader. Now, we do see them get a trade, which is really funny. I believe that was actually the mine that got that. But yeah, it's going to be hard for Bet to get back out in the last few seconds of this match.
Yes, Salt on that leader was just doing so well, getting that pick on the crab and getting that trade, but it is Prelude right now that is just going full speed ahead. 3 down to the side of Bet. It is just that leader alive, and as I say it, they die, and Prelude gets that very quick game 1 over Bet in losers finals. And here in losers finals, things are back to best of 5, first to 3 wins, but Prelude coming out 1-0 is absolutely a fantastic start.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling good going into this. Next, they're going to be going to Clam's Eeltail, which is going to be an interesting map to see how their comp works, because the E-Leader is very dominant, but E-Leader tends to not be favored as much in Clam bits because of its slightly slower nature that's more suited to slower moving objectives versus the entire map is your objective. But I don't think they're going to budge, and I doubt you do either, Biggie.
Yeah, I certainly think Prelude feels confident about what they're running. Bet has been known to experiment just a little bit in sets prior, but who knows what we might see from these comps. But one thing I did notice, my sources do tell me both of these teams were knocked into the losers bracket by Draconic, Prelude being knocked into the losers bracket a lot earlier than Bet, but nonetheless, both of these teams have only lost one set to Draconic, and the winner of the set is going to be fighting them in Grand Finals. So both of these teams are here for an opportunity at a bit of a grudge match here, trying to go back up against that #1 seed sitting comfortably in Winterside Grands and take it back from them. But, you know, before they can think about getting to Grands and getting their revenge, they have to get through each other first.
Yeah, 100%. And hopefully these next few matches, if you're Bet, you're really going to be a bit closer than that, because you have a long way to go. There's at least 3 more matches for them to win, and they might even take it to a game 5 potentially. And that's just a long, long time for you to have to keep your endurance up if you do want to take that chance at winning the entire thing.
Exactly, but I think something worth pointing out is that Prelude has been shown to be very strong on Splat Zones, and if you look at the future games in the set, we actually don't have any more Splat Zones games left. It's just going to be Clamblitz and Tower Control due to how the counterpicks worked, so maybe Bet can sort of take this advantage, you know, now that they got Prelude's best mode out of the way, but only time will tell, because here we go. Game 2, Clamblitz Eeltail Alley. We do see Bet bringing out the Splatter Scope once again, and Prelude, of course, never changing, going back to their standard comp. Rain or shine, that E-Leader is going to be here to ruin some days.
In life, there are 2 certainties: death and Prelude's comp. And now, as we get into it, we do see Bet decide to opt out of their E-Leader for instead a Splatter Scope, which I believe we saw them run earlier. Hopefully, hoping that that vacuum and that slightly faster to move main weapon will get them in a bit quicker, but they do go 2 down at the beginning, but it's just 2 and 2 in mid, just trying to see who is going to scrap it out, and Bet does, I believe, take the disadvantage here as they begin to get a bit staggered. They are 3 down.
Yeah, it's just been a blood match right now, you know. So many players going down on both sides, but Prelude just gets a very quick pop on the basket. 40 seconds is very fast to get enough of a man advantage to not only get the pop, but get a substantial push, and a push to 62 is definitely nothing to sneeze at, but it seems like Bet's defense is going to be enough. Never mind, as soon as they say that, someone just breaks through and gets 3 clams right off the bat and gets it down to 53. And Prelude is just being so sneaky with how they're able to just move in so methodically while staying hidden. And Prelude's E-Leader able to win that charger battle versus Bet. And without their backline, Bet is probably going to struggle a lot to deal with this E-Leader, especially as they don't have their Booyah Bomb. Here comes the Crab to try and deal with it, and the Crab is going to force the E-Leader to move away a little bit, but the E-Leader is still alive and well and is probably already back doing its thing.
Yeah, right now we're just waiting to see who's going to get the picks to get them out of mid and into the basket again. But we do see one finally go down on the side of Prelude, which could turn into a more substantial push if Wungen goes down on the side of Bet as well. But it's just trading kills right now. It's an absolute bloodbath with some nice picks from that E-Leader on the side of Prelude. We may see them go for another push here, as they do have 2 down on the enemy side.
This E-Leader on the side of Prelude has been hitting so many nice snipes, you know. Nothing will change them off it because Prelude knows that their E-Leader is at the top of their game, you know. So good, getting so much value. Here comes the Crab on the left side, though. Prelude's going to be fairly defenseless against this. The leader's not looking at it, but that Crab has already expired, and now here comes the Tri-Strikes to really corner that Splash-O-Matic. And the Splash gets cornered. That's going to be 2 dead on the side of Bet. Leader holding that power claim, though, which means it's going to take Prelude a little while for them to get far enough to get that basket broken. And in the meantime, Bet is respawning. They do get a pick on that Leader as they break the basket, but Bet still has the man disadvantage, and Prelude is going to be moving in, starting to get some more points on the board, getting it down to 50, now down to 47. They're just taking things very slow and steady, but now they're going to get it down to 38, trying to get some more clams, but the shot goes down to the machine, and it's just the Leader left alive on Prelude. The push is going to stop there, but 38 is a great place to stop it, and Bet only has 2 minutes left to get it down to 37 or lower.
Even if they didn't continue to score there, just any second that you're in their base is a second that they're not in your base and forcing you to start losing points. We do see Bet go 2 down yet again. They do have their vacuum up, but it's not going to do much against a enemy team that is rapidly moving in, like we might see Prelude do here. And we're seeing, ooh, beautiful pick from the Splatter Scope, and but that's still not quite enough momentum to get them back into mid and start thinking about pushing again. Even they don't have quite the specials, they don't have quite the resources, and they don't quite have the men yet.
Yeah, Bet just not quite having the advantage they would want to. You know, that Splatter Scope getting a really nice pick earlier, but just didn't really amount to much. But the 52 goes down, the shot goes down. Very nice pick by that Splatter Scope on the side of Bet. And now they're really going to have to convert it. Here comes the Splatter Scope with that ball, trying to make something happen, breaking the basket. It's interesting to me that neither team is opting to go with that above route on the bridge, but the specials are coming out, but Bet just doesn't have the clamps. They get the ball in there, but they have no more clamps to get this basket open any longer. And it's just the Splatter Scope left, and that's going to be the wipeout on Bet. And now Prelude has a minute left, and they're just going to be immediately breaking the basket in response, trying to get this lead even lower and even farther out of Bet's reach. Here comes
If this were against any other team, that would be a fantastic push, but Prelude just has so much momentum right now that they only need 2 clams in, and that is going to be game.
Prelude has just been absolutely dominating the last few sets, you know, just insane aggression by their frontliners, and their leader is so keen in being able to get the right picks. Prelude's teamwork and just ability to coordinate off each other is just so nice, and they're now up 2-0 here in losers finals, and they are 1 game away from the chance at a rematch against Draconic. And Bet now gonna have to start a reverse sweep, and they're gonna have to start it now on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. What do you think of this stage, Weave?
We've talked about it earlier. It's a stage where that leader really dominates, and we've seen them, I believe, win this stage before. It's going to be hotly contested for sure, but it's looking very, very good for Prelude. I'm not going to lie. They just have the momentum. They have the comp that they were so confident with, and they just have the confidence. And it's going to be really an uphill battle for Bet here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta imagine you have a good amount of swagger, you know, you just won your last 2 sets on stream, and you're already up 2-0 against the guys that made it all the way to winners finals. You're just 1 game away from your shot at redemption, but if I'm Prelude, I definitely do not want to be hasty, you know. Many teams only get this chance once, and you really gotta take advantage of it when you can. Prelude probably gonna be sticking with their comp, taking things slow, but do you think we could see any interesting innovations out on the side of Bet, you know? Just what are some weapons you think that Bet could use that might help them out a little bit better than what's been going on for them so far?
We didn't really see them utilize the vacuum very well in the last game, but on tower it's a little bit easier to implement because on any other mode you just have to have teammates there with you for it to have any effect. But if you're on the tower and riding, you know, you can just force the shots to not land, which is definitely valuable, and it's a lot easier to get that value on tower. I think we might see them stick with it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, once again, the leader out, which we do end up seeing.
Yeah, you know, Prelude is not willing to change their comp at all. They know it works, and here comes the machine back again, once again for Bet. This is Bet's last hurrah. They need to make something work here and now. They want to stay in this tournament. This opening team fight is going to mean a lot here because getting that first control of the tower means first control of a lot of specials. And we've seen the special play between these 2 teams and just how important it is, but Prelude gets the first pick onto the side of Bet, and now the strikes are going to be keeping that crab at bay. The 52 is just pushing so far ahead, able to get the pick on the machine as well, and Prelude already making a very strong charge towards this first checkpoint.
Yeah, no, we saw them struggle with that second checkpoint earlier, but this first checkpoint is going to be a lot easier to get because you're not quite as deep into their territory, but right now they are beginning to go down.
Yeah, they're just going down just a little bit, but Prelude is down 1. Bet has a lot of specials online. They can definitely make a strong push. Here come those tri-strikes, though, being thrown on the tower to deal with the crab. Just trying to use that invincibility, but it gets shredded just oh so quickly now. Just, a lot of people were not expecting that 1 second duration of the crab to be so substantial, but now it just feels so hard to get value out of crab. And, I mean, we've been seeing it all tournament, but Bet still has the numbers advantage. They're up 2-4, or up 4-2. They got the lead, they got the first checkpoint, and now they need to extend this push even further. The Splash gets a nice kill with the burst bomb, and now Prelude has a crab in their bats to deal with, as well as a Booyah Bomb blocking their easiest entry to tower.
This is looking really, really good for Bet. They've already broken through that second checkpoint that we were just talking about, and they have specials online still, which is something that Bet doesn't have, and that insane passive special charges that you're going to get from running the tower is going to take them far. Unfortunately, the leader gets picked, but they trade a pick for a pick on both sides, 2 and 2, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to stick with their guns, but unfortunately the machine does go down, but the T-Tech isn't backing out just quite yet.
Yeah, the T-Tech did drop from the plat, but is still pretty far up in Prelude's territory. This is kind of a gambit from Bet, you know, having such an aggressive player up front to try and make something happen, but they get taken out just a little too soon before they can make something happen. The 52 gal being oh so keen with that eye of theirs, going to be launching off whales to just try and suppress Bet just a little bit longer. And Prelude is now going to have to muster up a very strong counter push because you know they want to end things here at 3-0 before Bet has even the chance to build up a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, no, we're definitely see them. It's an entirely different game, and Bet has a fire lit under them because, you know, if they lose this, they are out. There's no second chance for them. Unlike earlier, you know, if you lose in winners, you have a second chance, but now it's now or never basically. They are going to start to push again. They do find themselves in a position where they feel comfortable with trying to take a little bit more space and get up in their plat. That T-Tech going for the flank up the block and getting a pick, getting 2 picks. It is now just the leader, and they're being rapidly pressured out of the way. We see them jump out, and that's basically clear space for Bet to take to their fullest advantage.
Yeah, as you said, Weave, the more you are in the enemy's base, the less time they have to push against you. And Bet is getting close to getting this tower at that checkpoint, and now they're starting to increase their lead just a little more, and they're able to break past all 3 checkpoints. Is just 2 left alive on the side of Prelude to defend this tower, and they're not going to be able to do it. And Bet is now on the board, bringing this set to 2-1.
Yeah, that was an entirely different team than the one we've seen before. They were just so much better able to get their footing. And once they got that push going, it took a while for Prelude to be able to stop them. You were saying that zones is their strong mode, and although we did see a very, very dominant play in Clams, the tower seems to be another weak point for them, and if Bet wins this next one, they will have to return to tower control again, which can be very, very scary if you're looking at that or being knocked out.
But before Prelude can think about, you know, the woes of tower control, they have to get through Game 4, and Game 4 is going to be on Clamlet's Museum d'Alfonsino. Weef, what do you think of this stage? Because I really like this map mode.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. There's a very nice, clear progression, but a few different ways to push on the plot if you're a bit sneaky. It's a map that works well for the Slayers because once you get up in that plat, it's just so fun and so easy to keep control up there, but also really nice for backliners because of those super, super clear sightlines, and overall a very balanced map mode that a lot of people end up enjoying. I don't think we're ever gonna see Prelude change their comp, but I definitely think we're gonna see the E-leader from both teams as we get right into it.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting right into things here. Clams on Museum d'Alfonsino. Prelude once again at set point here. You know, they're up 2-1 in this best of 5 series. Bet is going to be hanging on for dear life, and they're going to be rolling with the same comp they did last game, as is Prelude, as is to be expected. And here we go, Clamlet's Museum. And I think just one of my favorite parts of this map as a Splatoon 1 veteran is that they kept just the slightest resemblance of a left side route. You know, it isn't quite up to its old glory, but it's still there. You have that block, which leaves you a lot of opportunities for a nice flank, and a lot of teams aren't, you know, super prepared for that because it can be quite explosive, and it's pretty risky, but it has a lot of reward to it. But off the bat, these specials are already getting a lot of play. You know, the Crab and the Tri-Strikes are trying to suppress each other in an ever so difficult battle, but the leader getting a pick across the map on the Splash-O-Matic. But despite that, Prelude, it's 2 down, effectively 3 down with that leader jumping out, and now Bet has a chance to take a lot of control and push pretty far forward with a lot of clams at their arsenal.
The map is painted bright yellow, and we already see that Splash pushing up as far as they can, just trying to get all the control they can with whatever advantages they do have. They do get picked by the leader, showing the awesome defensive power of Pulp on that E-leader, but that was looking scary for Prelude, and it's definitely going to be a closer match than I think we initially thought.
Yeah, these teams, I mean, have been pretty evenly matched going on with the set. You know, Bet did just take a very strong Game 3, Prelude took a strong Game 1, but you can't really count out either team at this point, especially since Bet has the man advantage right now, and they have the clam advantage. they have 16, 17 clams at their disposal to make a ball and to make a strong push. And the Tenatech winning that 1v1 versus the opposing Tenatech is going to make things a lot easier for Bet. And now, Prelude are 2 dead. And Bet has a pretty clear win condition now to get to the basket if they can make it there. Fortunately, their ball is going to disappear though, so they're going to have to make another one. And their biggest clam carrier goes down as well. That push from Bet just kind of fizzled out because they never quite were able to get comfortable enough to make something started, and that might cost them here, as now Prelude has a ball, and they're getting so close to breaking that basket themselves.
Prelude wastes no time getting up on that plat, as is just the one thing you need to do, and they're going to be taking it up top and getting the first score of the game. We don't know if they're going to be able to follow up on that. They don't have the numbers, but it looks like it's going to be dead in the water, but that's definitely a motivation for Bet to start taking bit more risks and just trying to take as many advantages as they can and trying to push up, because if they don't take the time, what is the 52 is there still?
What's the
What are you doing?
up there?
Oh my goodness, so the 52 is taking as much space as they can and surprising all of us with their ability to stay alive in the face of adversity there.
You know, 52 Gal lost a lot going from Splatoon 2 to Splatoon 3, but one thing it kept is utter immortality. That thing just does not die with that splash wall, and it's just such a pain. But, I mean, Bet has had a lot of opportunities to get a strong push, but nothing's quite come together. There's been nary a good push, and we're 3 minutes through this game. It's just been such a back and forth, so hard to make it all the way to that clam basket, because it's such a long journey if you go through that ramp. It's just so much easier than going that left block. But now Bet has that basket open. They just need one clam in to get the lead, and they get it. But their T-Tech goes down before they can throw a majority of their clams. But the point total is down to 62. This is looking pretty good for Bet right now. They have to turtle up for defense against Prelude, as now Prelude has a minute and a half to get that lead back.
That was almost a wipe there, but Straw Hat on the Machine was doing a great job of taking safe engagements and making sure that they couldn't take mid, even though most of Bet's players were down there. And once again, yeah, a minute on the map, or on the timer, and we don't see a really strong push from either side. This is anyone's game, you know. The balance of this match lies within a power clam and like 2 or 3 clams. That's all that they need. That's all that either team needs to either cement it or take it back, which is incredibly exciting. But we do see Prelude go 3 down again. That 52 does stay alive once more, and we do see them score again. That's going to be a few more points on the board, and they're going to be looking pretty nicely in terms of getting more clams in over here.
Yeah, Bet is just trying to put this as far out of Prelude's reach as possible. That D-Tech is just sitting under the basket, just machine getting clams in there. And they got it all the way down to 25, and all of a sudden, a pretty simple push for Prelude, you know, a ball and 3 clams. Now looking like it's going to be a lot more than that. The ball break gets it down to 70, and from there they need to get a staggering, 46 more points to get this lead back. I'm terrible with math, but I know that that's not going to look pretty for them, and they have about 20 seconds to do it in overtime, and that's going to be starting in 3, 2, 1. This is Prelude's last chance to stop things here at a Game 4. They desperately don't want to make it to a Game 5, because Game 5 are just so scary. This leader is trying to take control of the plat and trying to move forward with that ball. There's not a lot of time left, but they are able to break the basket. But now they need the clams. The Splash has all their clams, but 3 go down to the side of the bed. And now Prelude has a lot of control on their plat. They can keep that basket open. Here comes the ball jump all the way from downtown, gets it in there, and now the Splash goes down before they can get the clams they need though. There's too many down. Prelude can't make it happen, and that's gonna be Bet with the strong defense able to prevent Prelude taking the lead back. We're going to Game 5.
Even though they didn't take the game, shout out to Ace on that 52 for never dying and for always making the craziest plays there. We saw him or them or like almost take it back there at the end just through sheer force of will. But wow, we see a very strong comeback for Bet, and they might even take the reverse sweep as we see them go back onto the mode that they initially started their momentum on, tower control, and this time on Mako Mart. What do we think we're gonna see from this? Is it gonna be as crazy as this last game? I don't know. What do you think, Pinky?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, Bet is just all of a sudden just has so much momentum on the side, winning 2 games straight, but Prelude is the one forced to respond. They're not quite used to the situation, you know, they've just been kind of rolling teams over, but now here they are at their exposed weak point tower control, and on Mako Mart, the team playing a little more fundamentally sound will win, and Bet has a lot of momentum on their side to make that a lot easier for them. This is going to be a tough matchup. We could see the sloshing machine from Bet stick. You know, Straw Hat has been making some absolute plays with that thing, staying alive, being that rock to make sure that Bet's pushes are never in vain. But anything could happen here, honestly. This set has just been insane to watch, and I can't predict what's going to happen next.
Yeah, no, we could either see Prelude just keep calm and keep a cool head, or we could see them play really, really desperate here, which was their strength in that they had that momentum and that confidence that we saw from them from winning a few sets in a row. But now they're shaken up. Now they're starting to fear. And it's just anyone's game here as we eventually do go on. And this is a game mode that like they haven't been doing great in, or at least in this set.
Yeah, but we're going to be getting right into things. The clock hits 0. It is battle time, ladies and gents, children of all ages, folks of all identifications, because this is Game 5 of Losers Finals. Prelude versus Bet. Loser out at 3rd. Winner gets the chance to get that rematch versus Draconic. Here we go. The stakes are just so incredibly high, and we're going to be starting things off, well, I guess finishing things off on a tower control Mako Mart.
Once again, another very classic map mode with a very classic duo, with both of these teams running their signature comps that we've seen throughout this whole time here. We see the crab come out on stack. Once again, signature. And Prelude's also going to get theirs charged pretty soon as well. But we also see the Tri-Strikes come out, and Prelude's going to go for an early push here without the picks, but they do. Right as they get 2 picks, that's everyone down, and their E-leader jumped out. They did preserve their special, but they lost all of their map control, and Prelude is going to be able to just take it and run and get as much map control as they're able to get before they do go 2 down.
Yeah, but Bet's leader is already getting a lot of mileage from jumping out, and that machine is back and already getting that nice pick on that T-Tech. Prelude probably wanted a much stronger push than to 60, but that is all they're going to be left with. And now it's Bet's turn to step on the gas. Here comes that machine just trying to move around that stack, trying to get a nice little pick to make things a little harder for Prelude. But it's the E-leader on the side of Bet that gets taken down, and now Bet are 2 down, 3 down. It's just that machine. It's just Straw Hat alone. And the Straw Hat goes down. The leader comes from spawn. And now Prelude is in a fantastic spot to keep this push going. But that leader is staring right at tower. And you have to imagine you want to get that leader out of there as soon as you can. So this push can just move on as uninterrupted as possible.
Yeah, they already broke that check, so they can go straight on to the second one and already get it down to around 40 points with that crab going out. 2 down on the side of the enemy team, 3 down, just the leader. It's looking really, really good for Prelude, and Bet it's going to be really struggling to get out of here. We see Nitro there on the T-Tech get that pick on the leader, which means that it's going to be 4, 3, 2, 1, and Prelude has an explosive return to form and takes the set. They are going to be going on to grand finals here.
I mean, I said I could not expect what was to come, and I guess in that vein, I was right. I didn't think that after that, Prelude would just take such an explosive and dominant victory, but here I am proven wrong, and just like that, Prelude take the set over Bet. But what a commendable effort for Bet, you know, making it so far, all the way to the end of the winner's bracket, just not quite able to have enough, and barely coming up short versus Prelude. It's a commendable 3rd place for Bet. I would be so proud to be on that team right now, but unfortunately they are not the ones going to be moving on to grand finals. That will be Prelude while fighting Draconic, the undefeated team of the day. There's going to be a ton more exciting Splatoon to come, but it will come after a short break, so make sure you do not go anywhere, because no one knows that this tournament's going to end at this point. It's just been such a run.
See you then.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello and welcome back to Grand Finals of this week's Squid Junction. I am Weef and I am here with Broken Pinky, and we are going to be seeing a very, very hype set between Draconic and Prelude.
That we are. I mean, Prelude, we've seen, I think, the past 3 sets back to back to back, absolutely tearing it up, running into a bit of a speed bump against Bet, but they are here nonetheless. You know, winning 3 sets straight into losers bracket is always nice, but Draconic is in the winner's side of Grand Finals for a reason. They are a very strong team. They have not lost a set yet today, and because they're in the winner's side, they only have to win 1 set to win this tournament, and they're up against Prelude, a team they beat earlier in the winner's bracket. Anything can happen here, but we're going to be starting things off right away on Splat Zone's Sturgeon Shipyard.
Yeah, we see the double splash comp that we haven't seen in actually quite a bit in this tournament on the side of Draconic, but on Prelude side, you know, not going to be the dead horse. They like running the same comp, but it's going to be interesting to see how these two interact, especially on a zones, which has shown to be Prelude's really their strongest mode. We see players start to go down as one is just sitting in Fight Club.
Classic Fight Club, you know, just sitting down there waiting for someone to just be so stupid as to move past it and then just pounce on them immediately. But
what is he cooking?
What is bro cooking? But that strategy is not quite enough. Draconic's an early cap of the zone, and they have a ton of control right now. They only have the point total down to 70s, but they have so much control. So much of Prelude's court is painted yellow, and having your own paint color in the other team's base is just evil to deal with.
Yeah, we do see the T-Tech that was trying to be a little bit sneaky there earlier in Fight Club go down, but two-sided on Draconic go down, and they are backline this right now, which means that they might have a bit of a hard time defending, as Prelude does start to get their feet back under them with Culp on the E-Leader there, just holding the fort down for all of their teammates to get back in.
Yeah, I mean, that is the job of the anchor, to just really hold down the fort, and now Prelude has control of that zone. Now they get to make a march of their own, and they get to show why they're so strong on splat zones, but Draconic is already pushing back, and they're already contesting the zone quite heavily. Sturgeon Shipyard has a massive zone, which can be pretty difficult to cap, especially with those random blocks in the way, making it kind of hard to access the parts of the zone that you haven't quite inked, and Prelude using that to their advantage, but the 52 gets sniped by the leader on the side of Draconic. Here comes that wave breaker, but Prelude is able to get the lead from Draconic, if only for a fleeting moment as Draconic gets the zone back, but it's a very nice lead switch from Prelude. You know they were definitely looking for it, but I can imagine they wanted just a little bit more.
Yeah, unfortunately, Prelude gets all but wiped there with just a little bit of a delay for it to be a true wipe, but that means Draconic is going to be starting to move back in really, really fast here, and it's going to be hard to get him back out when they have that crab that actually does get taken down. And a bit of a sneaky play from the side of Draconic's T-Tech there, sharking and waiting, laying a little bit of an ambush there, and the timer is going to start ticking down. They only have about 20 seconds left to make their comeback count before they're out of this game.
Yeah, Draconic has gotten that lead back, and they're just pushing that zone timer down so quickly. Every second, or every 3/4 of a second real time, that zone's counter takes down by 1, and it's just going down so fast. It's already below 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's going to be game 1 being the knockout for Draconic, starting off this grand finals for a bang, going up 1-0 in the set.
Yeah, we had a really, really valiant effort from Prelude here, but it wasn't quite enough against the powerhouse that is Draconic. And we do see a really funny alias change there between two of the members where they're pretending to be each other just a little bit, but having a good time. But we are going to see how they do on Rainmaker, which, you know, Prelude did lose one of their games of Rainmaker against a team a few sets back. So we're going to see if they are able to make a redemption on Rainmaker and see if there's something that they have maybe on Rainmaker that Draconic might not.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a lot. Prelude is just so dominant on zones, and now they lost on that zones map. That's going to be very hard for them to get over mentally, but if you're Prelude, you know that if you want to win this thing, you have to win not 1, but 2 sets, and that is a tall order against a team as good as Draconic. You know, Draconic is a stacked lineup, and they're just such a strong team, able to play off each other so well. And Prelude is going to have to start finding some answers, and they're going to start, well, they're going to have to start here on Rainmaker Hagglefish Market.
Yeah. You know, also, just part of their win there could have been that they were still running the double crab, which just still, even though it got nerfed, even though some of its counters got buffed, nobody's really solidly figured out an answer yet. We're starting to get there, but it's not quite yet, and they're still just so dominant.
Yeah, it's just such, the mental battle here is just so rough, you know. You're going up against the team that sends you to losers if you're Prelude. It's just, I don't know, it's just a lot holding you back, and you just really have to shake it all off if you want to just move forward to the set.
Yeah, you want to look forward, you want to look back and see what made you lose, what could we have done better, but you also don't want to look back too far, and you want to keep moving forward and not let the past set that you did, you know, end up losing hold you back from having a really good optimistic outlook, because you're not going to play well if you're in fear, and fear is one of the biggest things that just holds people back in general. And so we're going to see if they are going to be winning the mental battle here, if not the battle of true skill.
Yeah, but here we go on to game 2. You know, you do see Draconic stick with what worked for them last time, and Prelude sticking to their guns, of course. Rainmaker Hagglefish, this pop is oh so important because you just get so much mid control. And once you get that mid control, it's very, very easy to get to that first checkpoint. That first checkpoint is very close by, and things can just kind of spiral out of control from there, because that checkpoint jump on Hagglefish gets it all the way to 30 so quickly, and that could just be so devastating to come back from. We do see Draconic at the first pop, but Prelude still has a lot of pain in mid, and no one's really gone down yet. Both teams are playing pretty passively, but there is a pick on the side of Prelude. It's a 3v2 in favor of Draconic, and they're probably going to opt to grab the Rainmaker soon. Or maybe they're just waiting for their leader to respawn, but no, they opt to have one of their splashes take it. The splash is going to get, or the Rainmaker is going to get stopped a little bit by the strikes, and going to get taken out by the 52 gal on the side of Prelude. Prelude absolutely not letting up, but only their splashes left alive. And Draconic is going to try and continue this push just a little bit longer, really trying to get to that checkpoint right in front of them, but Prelude is going to be doing all they can to stop them from getting it.
We see the bottom of the Rainmaker carrier screen just light up with super jump notifications as their entire team basically gets back in in a blink of an eye. It's only the leader, but they're making it count as they do get the pick on the Rainmaker, stopping their push, if only for a moment, as that crab tank is going to have such a dominant hold up there on the glass tent, and that is going to be the first checkpoint going down.
Yeah, Draconic just so calm and collected, just able to pick up the pieces of that push and get that first checkpoint, but they are at a slight man disadvantage, and Prelude is starting to move in. That Tentatek going into mid, not quite able to get a pick off it like they would like, but more importantly, Prelude is moving that line of aggression just ever so forward against Draconic. And Draconic not quite able to get set up to do the jump, which I can imagine you would want to, you know, it's just so valuable on this map. And now Prelude gets their turn to make their push, but 2 minutes are already gone for the match timer, and Prelude's push gets stopped very early. They're only at 85, and they need to get it quite a bit further, all the way down to 58. And Draconic just has so much control of their side of the map and so much control around that Rainmaker that it's really hard for Prelude to try and approach it.
Yeah, we see that leader get such a strong pick, which, you know, really solidifies how they've gotten this far. And there is a flank coming out from one of the splashes over there, making sure that they can't focus on the Rainmaker if there's somebody just gonna go ahead and shoot them in the back. They're already down to 20 points, and the Prelude is still 3 down. The pop is all but there, and we might see a knockout really, really soon here as they have the specials for it. Even though Prelude is starting to come out, it's not looking good, and they stop them at 8.
Yeah, the specials are no longer online for Draconic. It's going to be stopped at 8, and it's going to be 2 versus 4 in favor of Prelude. It looks like that push is going to end here, but the T-Tech is still on the tent, on the side of Prelude, still trying to make a little bit of a fuss, maybe get some jumps to teammates, throw that bomb on someone trying to get them, but the leader gets that sneaky snipe from oh so far away, getting that T-Tech out of their hair for a little bit. But that distraction gives just enough time for the rest of Draconic to respawn. It looks like they're going to get the pop on this Rainmaker. And one goes down to the pop on the side of Prelude for it. Draconic just exerting so much pressure here because now Prelude has to get it all the way down to 7 points or less. And they only have a minute and a half to do so.
Yeah, that is a tall order. not an easy thing to do, but it is always possible. It's never over until it's over. And right now, Prelude has the markings of a great push. They have 3 specials up. They're starting to take fights, and they're not immediately losing them. But right as I say that, the T-Tech does go down, but it's still not over. The E-leaders push so far up, and they have so much space already, but they are 2 down, which is going to make it difficult to get anything started. But the E-leaders getting picked up. Draconic is 2 down right now. They do have the specials online, but the leader goes down, which means that a lot of their stopping power is gone, and they are going to get that first checkpoint.
Yeah, this is how things start getting that first checkpoint, but those crabs are online for Draconic, forcing that Splash-O-Matic to retreat, and a lot of Prelude's offensive presence is gone. That Splash-O-Matic is still retreating, and that leader, it cannot make stuff happen by itself. And all of a sudden, Prelude has 45 seconds to just do whatever they can to avoid being avoid being against the tournament point. That Rainmaker is going to reset, which just makes things even harder for them. And things are looking great for Draconic in the last 30 seconds of the match. Prelude does get the pop, but Draconic just has so much area around them. But the Whales and the dual assault from Prelude is able to pick off that Splash-O-Matic. Here's hoping that pick can be exactly what Prelude needs to get something started.
Yeah, no, they're starting to get in a really good spot. They have the paint, they have the map control, they have the specials. They just need to make something happen in, around 20 or so seconds. They do get the E-leader down, which is a massive, massive pick to get, and they're trying to get set up for that jump, but they are unfortunately 2 down and starting to get staggered. This Rainmaker is in a terrible spot as they're starting to get approached. They do get picked by the crab, and that is game. Game 2 goes to Draconic.
Yeah, Draconic is they're just showing why they are such a strong team, showing why they're the #1 seed, why they've not lost a set, why they beat Prelude in the winner's bracket, and why they deserve to be not just at set point, but at tournament point. If Draconic wins one more game in this set, they will take home the tournament. And now Prelude has to win 3 games straight if they want to keep their hopes alive, and that is going to have to start here and now on Splat Zones Museum.
Yeah, once again, we've seen that Splat Zones is a mode that Prelude does really well on. But unfortunately for them, Draconic does really well on it too. They both have those really strong E-leaders. On the side of Draconic, you have Bandit and Prelude has Pulp, but it's going to be just so difficult for them to get in if they, ever do go down.
Yeah, things are just so awkward here for Prelude, They're just so used to having, so much momentum on their side, and Bet kind of... We've seen how snowbally Museum Zones can be.
Oh yeah, twice now. Seeing Devil, we might get deja vu again with a third.
Triple.
Oh yeah, with a third knockout. But I wouldn't take it past Prelude to take it back. We've seen them get out of some scary spots before, so you don't know what to expect here, really.
Yeah, it just might be Prelude getting a dominant win. Wait, oh yeah, other than the comp. Okay, I thought we were done making jokes about it, I thought we were that as a society, but I guess not.
I cannot resist. It's such a low-hanging fruit at this point.
Not every
and I'm
team
looking to fill the time.
Not every team can have such a gifted flex player like myself, to just cover all the bandages, but with that said...
You're awful.
Here we go, on to Game 3 of Grand Finals, and this is going to be... sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. This is going to be Draconic at tournament point here. If they win this game, they will take home the tournament, and now Prelude's going to have to try and make something happen. Neither team switching up the comps. It's been working for them all tournament, but it's been working a little bit better for Draconic. But Prelude is the first one to get the cap of the zone and the first one to get the pick on the leader. This is going to be a huge advantage for Prelude right now.
Oh yeah, we once again, we've seen how snowball this mode can be, and if they have a good advantage, they might be able to take it all the way. But it looks like we won't be seeing triple this time as the push does get stopped. And it looks like, it's going to be a scrap in mid for a little bit. We see Ace on the 52 gal try to go for the cheeky pick on the E-leader, but unfortunately Bandit was a little bit too expecting of that and was able to put a stop to it. He's going to be moving up to the mid area now, being able to watch so many angles and make sure that it's going to be really hard for them to get in. And it's just going to be really difficult for Prelude to take this back again.
Splash is just set up on that right side, trying to catch drops, but kind of messes up on the execution there a little bit. not quite able to get the pick they were looking for, but not getting punished for it. Now that Splash has that crab to just try and push Prelude further away from the zone. They don't want a penalty stacked against them, and that's going to be 3 dead on the side of Prelude. Draconic is pushing the zone down ever further. They're past 30. They can taste victory at this point. They can't get complacent, but things are just looking so good for them. They have so much control, and Prelude has such a hill to climb. Getting down from their plat, their T-Tech is dancing a bit in that gallery area, but this counter is below 10, 9, 8, 6, 7, 5, 4, 3. Is that 3 before Prelude is able to get the beautiful flip, getting 2 down. Such a play to keep them alive in this tournament. But now, Prelude has to get all the way down to 2.
And 2 are down. Speaking of 2s, they had the advantage, but they took it a little bit too fast. But the T-Tech does make a valiant push, and they gives their team just the right amount of time to get back in and start taking that advantage again. They're down to 50 right now with the zone being contested and 4 up on the side of Draconic, but they're still holding on through all the odds. And they are 2 down now, but the T-Tech is staying alive through everything.
Now this T-Tech, oh, finally, you know, they lived through 2 crabs and a splash, and they were able to get a kill for their troubles. But unfortunately, Prelude is 3 down, and Draconic is about halfway through that penalty now. And if they get through that penalty, they can knock it out near instantly. There's about 2 minutes left on this clock, but we might not even get that far if Draconic keeps control of the zone. Prelude going to be doing everything in their power to take that zone, but they're 2 dead. Those strikes are not enough to get that cap. It's just that T-Tech in zone that gets picked off, and now it's just the leader alone on the side of Prelude. The jumps are starting to come in, but this penalty timer is done. It's going to be Prelude coming. It's going to be Prelude trying to stop it at 2, but Draconic just needs to get a cap of the zone once, and they can just knock it out from here. They're at 2 points. They're not quite able to make it happen. Once again, Prelude with the clutch stop.
They are not letting this go. They want victory so bad here, and they're willing to throw everything that they have at that zone to just be able to cap it once. The timer is getting low for them. They are going to be starting to getting more points, and they took a nice 2v1 in that gallery against Draconic's T-Tech, which is going to give them advantage, but the zone has 2 crabs aimed right at it and an E-leader, and Prelude is 2 down, which might seem to be the end of their push for the 2nd time. It's and that is the zone being capped.
Prelude's been so good at stopping these pushes, but they haven't quite been able to muster a push of their own. And here's Draconic back at it again. That zone penalty timer is at 35, but the T-Tech does get picked off by the opposing T-Tech on the side of Prelude. But Prelude has just under a minute to get this lead back. In overtime as well, the strikes are coming on zone, and Prelude has controlled the zone for just a little bit longer. The T-Tech, there's going to be 3 on that right side for Prelude, just trying to make something happen, but the crossfire of the crab is able to make them scatter, and that scattering is exactly what Draconic needs to get this zone back, and getting that zone back can just be so fatal for Prelude. They only have 1 more chance, and they're 1 man down going to the last 30 seconds of this match.
We see the 52 going at it, throwing out their walls, just trying to get any picks that they can, scrapping it out with almost the entire enemy team there, but they do go down. It's only the splash left alive on the side of Prelude, who does make a valiant effort, but that looks like it's a really bad situation. There's 10 seconds on the board and they're all wiped out. They might not even be able to make it close to the zone quite in time, and that is the tournament going to Draconic.
Draconic, just an absolutely dominant display. 3-1ing Prelude, 3-0ing Bet, and 3-0ing Prelude in the run back. Prelude made one heck of a run to get here, making it so far through the losers bracket, but in the end, they'll be taking home the silver medal, and Draconic, amazingly done to them, are going to be your Squid Junction 36 champions.
Oh my gosh, that last map had me on the edge of my seat. I'm not even kidding. Like, twice they just took it back from the very, very edge. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Draconic, it just goes to show how down of a team Draconic is to be able to take out Prelude, even when they had such an amazing, amazing run. Oh my gosh, what a tournament. We saw so many amazing sets like that.
This was just an amazing tournament. There was just so many great sets, but unfortunately, the tournament is now over. That's going to be the end of things for me and Weef, but before we sign off, Weef, I gotta ask, where can the wonderful people watching this beautiful stream find you?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. You can find me on both Twitter and Twitch at WeefSlider, like the special that just got buffed, but with a W at the beginning. And my lovely, lovely teammate and friend, where can I find you?
You can find me often teaming up with Weef, actually. You know, sometimes we do get along despite the bickering, but yeah, you can also find me on Twitter at BrokenPinky_. I've been posting there a little more lately, and I'll be sure to bring you guys that fun Twitter content you are looking for. But with that being said, that is going to be the end of things, us here at Squid Junction. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed just the beautiful competitive Splatoon display you just saw. And I hope you guys all have a wonderful day and enjoy the stream we're about to raid.
Thank you so much for watching.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!